I like you too.
How much?
This much.
That's a lot.
How much do you like me?
This much.
I was hoping for more.
Why is that?
Because I'm not looking for someone who likes me this much. I'm looking for someone who likes me this much.
So, what do we do?
It doesn't matter. Now that I know how much you like me, this conversation will end in disappointment.
Can we still hang out? Maybe things will change.
I suppose I could get us tickets to SockCon.
What's SockCon?
Sock on these nuts, bitch.
All right, are you going to help feed the tawny?
Yeah.
You reckon you can remember how to do it?
No.
Here you go. Put it in there. Because he's new, you have to put it in a bit deeper at the start. Because he doesn't know what you're trying to do. So I know how you've done it with the old tawnies that we used to rear, but because this one's new, right? So he doesn't know if what we're trying to do to him. Because out in the bush, we're not normally his friend, are we?
No, we don't live out there.
I know. So he's not used to seeing us, so he doesn't know what we're trying to do with this funny little chicken heart. So when they first come in, what you want to try and do is, if you poke it down the back, see like that? And then glunk. Now he's like, oh, that was nice. All right, then, you remember what I taught you?
Yeah.
All right, let's see if you can get it in.
Hi.
So-
Open your beaky.
Oh, he's getting distracted. Excuse me, Violet. We're trying to do some feeding of this new guy. See that? He'll open his beak. Yep, go. Oh, how good. Did you see that, Violet? How good. How good are you getting at that, hey?
I'm so good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Alright,
do
don't
that.
talk it up. You're not that good. You're not as good as Dad.
I'm gonna do it tomorrow again.
Oh, yeah? What do you reckon, Violet?
Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Anya!
See you guys tomorrow.
Isn't that adorable? Trying to feed the bud. On
Feed the bud,
kangaroos
mate.
distracting him.
I thought he's gonna have a whole bunch more wild animals coming around him or something. Hey, the wallaby, what you doing there? Oh, look at that wombat.
I saw it, like, that is just so interesting. And it's funny because I just started watching Planet Earth 3 on HBO. And it's a nice detox. Like, it's still thinking stuff, but it's kind of easy thinking stuff for me.
Yeah.
So it's interesting because I was showing it like learning to fly before like a dog or a cat like is in a domestic situation, but it's like roosting in a tree, but it's trying to learn to fly and it starts taking off. And it's like, oh boy, it's working, you know, and it's funny how big their mouths are and big eyes. It's like a cat. But yeah, it's been a while since we streamed. It's just hard to be consistent, unfortunately. I thought I was streaming by myself the other day, but I had to play some CK3, so too busy. But the Rippaverse has sent us more garbage, rookie, out of nowhere. Anthology. An anthology. Very excited. I've not really dug into it, but now I know Mahler's name. And it's like, yeah,
Now
this is
attached to the Rippaverse. No.
and it's like, have you read this shit, bro? And
I don't. He's not a comic book reader. I don't think he's really read that many comics in general.
yeah, so it's
Movie
just
guy.
like, this is the chagrin because it's like Mahler actually makes good criticism a lot of the time. And then he's working with dog shit.
He's
And
also
so
working with the Critical Drinker too on something.
And so it's just like, you're just like, it's so weird to see someone be attached to such a disingenuous dog shit company that doesn't care about art and like what his whole bread and butter is, his 6-10 hour videos, you know.
Well, hey, maybe his parts that are there will be decent. You
Yeah,
know, maybe.
like
So,
this goes to prove it's like, yeah, it's just YouTubers trying to cash in on culture war grift, not to say
but
it's real. It is a real issue in various factors, various environments, but for someone like him that is, I think, respectable criticism wise. To hitch his wagon to this is just like it's total just a paycheck. However,
But you see, you're actually right there that it is just a paycheck, because he has for the longest time he's been hired to do voice work for things. He's done voices in some video games. He's done some voice work here and there and other stuff. So other YouTubers sometimes get him to read stuff. I don't know if he does them all for free or pay or not, but yeah. So it's one of those.
yeah,
Probably.
it's just like also it's like, oh, get this story by Callum Edwards, aka Mauler. It's like, this is why you just publish under your YouTube name, you stupid fucks. You know, and you're like, oh man, did you read that book by Jay David? You're like, who? Like, oh, Drunk 3PO. And like, then people are like, oh yeah, that guy on YouTube. Okay. And it's like, why even publish under your name? Just do it under your YouTube name, because that's your personality. That's how you're known.
Yeah, or you know, over time fuse the two if you can, but like I don't know, like
No,
I
just
don't know, I wouldn't do mine as the Rookie Critic, but I'm sure I'd be more well known as the Rookie Critic. You know,
yeah.
it depends.
Anything I make is going to be Black Angus. Just no name. I mean, maybe it'll be a company name, but that'll be Angus book from blank company.
Right.
You know, it's never going to be, oh, my name. You don't need to know. It's stupid. You know me as Black Angus. Why would I pivot and make myself less known attached to my product? You know, like.
Yeah. But I actually haven't taken a look at the anthology thing.
Me neither. I'm going to be looking at it fresh. But also we got Superman, of course, my buddy Godfoe has been on a crusade trying to counter signal the upcoming Superman to promote Man of Steel, that thing that will never catch on, that at best will always be like grudgingly accepted in parts. Well, that was okay. That was okay. That was good. That's probably the best presentation of that part. But no one's ever going to accept, like, it's not a mainstream movie, you know. If anything, it'd just be people retroactively. At best, Man of Steel will, like, the legacy will be like, well, the other Superman that have come out suck in comparison. That's not really a promotion. It's like how people overall accept the prequels now. Like, there's like people like you and me that are just diehard true fans, never complained when you saw the value, find new value all the time in the prequels. And we're content with that. We don't need to convince you. We can argue about it, but there's no need to convince or try to make some prequel verse, you know, fandom and restore the prequel verse. Or no, they are works of art that were underappreciated. And the same retards that chased Lucas off, so they raped their childhood. Now, oh, you know, they're pretty good actually. Oh man, compared to Disney, you know, they always got to like quantify why they like it now. You know, that's what the Snyderverse will be at best. And it's really only the first two films, Justice League, Snyder Cut or regular. No one fucking cares.
All I can think about is like they had the huge announcement plans for all their movies, and it's like, you know, I actually kind of remember, I kind of wouldn't mind the days where I don't know what they're gonna make for a while. Just, you know, hey, there's until I see a trailer. Oh, look, that's coming out.
Well, that's to get internet engagement, to then have some sort of data to show investors.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's all corporate, you know, this stuff's been ruined by ultimately capitalism, but corporatism, if you want to pivot.
I feel like you can still, you'd get the internet engagement. I feel like they work too hard in a way to make internet engagement when it's really easy. I mean, back in the day, you could have an internet engagement on a lot of stuff in general, just whatever things going on. I mean, what Force, you know, remember in Force Awakens when that came out? Like, you know, there's a lot of internet stuff going on at the time. You don't need to.
Yeah, we just relied on. You like Star Wars? Guess what? We got more Star Wars coming. You didn't see that coming, did you?
Well, as far as like engagement, there would be some, sure, that are probably like, there's a black stormtrooper. What the hell's up with that? And then there's whatever conversations happen with that, or then it's like, you know, oh, who's Ray related to, bro? I don't know. Who's the big bad guy? Oh, is it Plagueis? Is it what's its face? Like, you don't need to do anything really to generate conversation.
Well,
Show
you
a
don't need to do
trailer.
anything if there's actual fandom. And that's what DC proves is they don't actually have a fandom. And I
Oh
was thinking about
man,
this too. It's funny is like DC for its entirety, basically, film wise, they've had Batman. They had, you know, what, a decade era with the Superman franchise before Batman took off. It might have overlapped at the end. I don't like Superman, so I don't know. But first one's like 78. So, and then you have 89 Batman, and then that's a franchise. But they've never been able to make a universe. You know, they chicken shit themselves out of the George Miller, the guy who did Mad Max. You see what he did with Fury Road and Furiosa.
Yes.
Amazing. They could have had a Justice League by him where it's like, you know, the Justice League, they're American icons. They got 2 cartoon series. Batman's had his own series. You're just going to drop in. They already exist. And we see a story that takes place with them, you know, and it's maybe told out of sequence a bit. We round back to the end to make sense of the beginning. But the plot sounds pretty cool. They had a pretty cool cast for the time, but it's going to be like the biggest budget film of all time at that point. And they chicken shit because they're like, well, we got the Dark Knight trilogy and we don't want to confuse the fans with different Batman. And so they dropped it. And boy, and then they're like, hey, we'll start it up with Green Lantern. And then,
I don't understand why they think that they need to have all these like build up movies. Like, I get that is a way you can do it, sure, but like, there's been movies where there's multiple characters as the main characters in one movie. Like, you don't need to have these are the movies you need to watch for homework before this movie. You can just start with a big old movie, like, you know, Van Helsing comes to mind. You know, if you want to say the Expendables to a degree, what is it? That one with Sean Connery,
I don't
The
know.
League of Gentlemen or something.
Never saw it.
Point
I was a
is-
kid. It looked interesting. I just never watched it, and I've never heard anything really good
Point
about
is, you can have if you've seen a movie that has a cast of characters that is more than 3 characters, you don't need to have movies that build up to the characters. You can just start. You don't need to build up the universe.
But it's funny, they tried to start Green Lantern, and that was a disaster. And then they tried the Snyderverse with Man of Steel, and it actually I think it almost made $1 billion, I think. So it was a huge hit, but a lot of the money was from the ads, the ad revenue of like advertisers.
The product placement.
Yeah, the product placement. That was a huge funder of the film, or profit. But it made a dent, you know, a lot of talk, it seems, and then sitting on it for 3 years. Sitting on it for 3 years into BVS, the whole discussion. It's one of the first internet discussions I was aware of was the whole like mass casualty of Man of Steel, that controversy.
Well, there was that, and Civil War was that around that time too. So
no. Civil War came out during BVS, like they were contending, but before that, the first internet talk I was aware of.
Oh yeah, that you were aware
was the slaughter of
Casualties.
everyone and Superman not like mitigating mass casualties, you know, and that was the controversy. That was the first internet discussion I was ever aware of at all. And then I didn't really get into it till Mike Zero and Star Wars Episode 7.
Yeah.
That's when I started keeping tabs on anything.
Gotcha.
But it's just funny, like besides Batman in modernity since the 90s, the only thing that's worked is Batman. And even that they fucked up with Batman and Robin. And that's what led to the antithesis, which is the Dark Knight trilogy, a complete rebuke of that Batman and that style. So yeah, the greatest Batman trilogy probably ever. Hopefully Matt Reeves can top it. I like the Batman world and I like the Penguin, but we'll see long term how it holds up as a saga. But so far I think he's got a good introductory, like low key year one Batman. I like it. Different flavor. But yeah, besides Dark Knight, like nothing's really worked. Batman has been a middling success, it seems. Maybe long term it'll be bigger.
The second Suicide Squad movie is like half liked by some people.
That one was positive, I think, but it was a COVID era film too, so that how do
Yeah.
you gauge that? You know?
Well, it's definitely in the era of it's definitely not a good movie, but it's not the worst movie. So it's like an movie, which it can
Wait,
almost be worse.
Wah says Matt Reeves is gone. What are you talking about? I was just hearing him on an interview when I was watching The Penguin. What are you talking about? He's working on Batman 2.
Yeah, I think they're still trying to do that, which is like if they wanted confusion, that'll probably confuse people, but I don't think it matters.
Right, exactly. Okay, so this is a rumor. This is the first time I've heard of it. There's a rumor that it's losing the director, Matt Reeves. As the Batman 2 filming is reportedly being eyed for the end of the year, very little knows about what the sequel will focus on. Batman 2 news has been slow as of late. A fan recently asked Gunn on Threads if Matt Reeves is still set to direct the sequel. Didn't take long to respond. He said yes. Huh? So that's like the Kevin Feige of DC is like, yeah. So what does it mean for the sequel? While there will always be rumors floating around about major blockbusters like Batman 2, Gunn's latest response reinforced that Matt Reeves will remain the movie's director. Or since Gunn and Safran became the co-CEOs of DC, one of the best elements of their regime is the direct connection fans now have with the filmmaker through social media. Let me see. So their take on this last paragraph. While Gunn's comments keep things brief and straight to the point, it's good to have it such that Reeves is not leaving the Batman 2 and is still attached. So that's from Screen Rant. I don't know how reliable we consider them. I think they made a lot of trash articles.
Maybe.
So
yeah.
So far we got it from the horse's mouth. Not a thing. So you are wrong, Wah. You are wrong. No, I don't really keep up with DC. It's just I saw this big announcement in the trailer for Superman. I'm like, well, this would be interesting to talk about because me and Rick are talking about it. He's like, I haven't watched it. So I'm like, oh, this just to me confirms it's dog shit. It's going to suck. But also in connection with my following, Godfo Universe has been tweeting up a storm this last week or two about Superman and Christianity and how the Man of Steel exemplifies this. And I'm just like, I don't really see it, bro. I think you're misinterpreting Snyder. I think Snyder literally worships like DC characters. No joke. Like, I'm not being hyperbolic. I really think he does. I think when he's doing this Jesus imagery, it's like he thinks Superman is a Jesus of sorts, like the same stature. Could be wrong. I've not watched all this extra behind the scenes shit to verify, but just what I gather from seeing Snyder, watching his Rogan interview and stuff, I really think this guy worships comics. And so that's like his fervor, which is nice, but I think he's a little too deep in the sauce, you know? I don't care about Superman in general as a character. It's very juvenile to me, but I understand the icon. And I understand, like Richard Donner, part of the success, seemingly, of the icon of Christopher Reeve Superman was like when he came on it, they were trying to make it like a joke, and he's like, "No, we got to take this serious." And so that's like the appeal is like they're playing it straight. However, maybe campy it seems now, and so I can see some of the charm, even though I don't fucking like it. And Man of Steel, me and Ricky watched it, walked into the Snyderverse, and we had our conversations. And there is a lot to enjoy. There is a not just like the action style, the film style. There is a style of like Snyder's delivery that is appealing because it's funny looking in hindsight watching these movies, and people talk about his third acts now, just overbloated slop on screen. They are. But the buildup to the action, like he is making a film in Man of Steel and BVS extended cut. They are films. They're not focused on the action. They're telling sometimes a muddled, but a character story, trying to say something I don't ever quite get maybe what Snyder's trying to say compared to other people. But I respect that it's not just wacky spectacle, that he is trying to tell something monumentous, and it's lacking in a lot of modern superhero shit after the fact, after those films. And like, so this film stand out as like they're trying to be something. They're not just the spectacle, and I appreciate that.
So So that, then I think of like I was gonna say Zod. I love Luthor. Like, dun 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 dun. He's coming. He's coming.
Dude, Luthor is such an eyesore and
I'm just
ear
like,
sore.
yeah, I mean, you're right, I guess, but there's still some things.
Yeah, like that was just
silly.
why did you let that happen, studio? But the rhetoric of Luthor, I even though it's kind of very simplistic, easy, like philosophy 101, and I'm not like a major philosopher, these things interest me, but I've not put in the work to have these, academic conversations. But the I don't know if I don't want to say assumptions, not resolutions either, but the answers Luthor has about Superman, his existence, I think he really does nail the argument about a Superman and what it means. And, like if he's all good, he cannot be all powerful. Or if he's all good, he can't be all powerful. If he's all powerful, he can't be all good. Like I think he really nails like the philosophy 101 of God as a concept. And so it is kind of an easy go-to of him like stating the points. I think he kind of nails it. We're talking about kind of Christian influenced ideas of God and divinity. So I like that. I appreciate that, despite the flaws. I think
there's also silhouette style shots or like stuff that looks like it would look good, like that. A lot of his framing and stuff.
But before we get into rip a shit announcements and crap, we're gonna look at the Superman trailer because we're gonna take our time because DC is run by a man from a certain tribe, if you understand what I'm getting at. And Warner Brothers is really they really like hitting people with strikes for their content of any sort, even their trailers. So we're going to take our time picking this apart, pausing, e-fapping. So we're going to break this down. Pause right there and bring it up. Here we go. And thank you, Wah and Cotton Ministries. Papa Cotton, thank you for being here. Be sure to tweet this out. It is my birthday after all. You owe me. And well, I don't know if you've been in my chat before, but thanks for being here. And sorry if I don't recognize you, but
popping in here and there. Yep.
Let's share screen. There we go.
Have you found the trailer yet? There you go.
Are you being serious right now?
Yeah.
It's such a bitch. It's such a bitch line. You've all heard a woman. Are you serious right now?
It's not the first thing I want to hear in a trailer. Are you serious?
I mean, the tone's different, obviously, but just the line itself is like, dude, give a woman any other fucking line. But are you serious?
I don't know. The way she says it too is odd. Just replay it again. It's like, are you serious?
Are you being serious right now?
Yeah.
You'd let
I
me
guess it's like a
interview
little
you as Superman.
quirky little relationship.
So she's
there.
going to interview him as the Superman.
This is a trailer, not a clip.
This is a trailer.
Okay.
Sure. All right. So right off the bat, we see him right here. Sure. All right. That definitely looks like Superman.
Yeah.
It's like,
the little
Superman,
whatever you call the little curl that he
spit
has.
curl. Yeah. It's just like, hey, you got a nice square jawed guy, confident. Like, yeah, come on. What do you, of course. It's like, okay. First, if this is your first time seeing a trailer for him, it's like, I buy it.
No, continuity flaw. He's not wearing his glasses, so they would call him Clark Kent easily. Or they know that he's Superman. Clark Kent isn't wearing glasses. He's Superman right there. Because that's the only way.
Ready?
Let's do it, Cronkite.
Yeah.
Cronkite.
You know who Cronkite is, right?
Oh, Walter Cronkite?
Yeah. Famous Vietnam reporter.
Yeah. I just, the way he said that, Cronkite, I'm just like,
it's kind of
I was like, that's a name I haven't heard since.
Kind of the pinnacle of film journalism.
A long ass time. When she
Superman.
put the recorder down, I was like, "What kind of phone is that?" Then I'm like, "That is not supposed to be a phone at all. It is a recorder." Gotcha.
Miss Lane.
Recently, you've come under
America. They really want us to watch this now.
Yes.
Trump has won. So America, buddy. It's like
Yes.
Spider-Man. You know, remember Spider-Man? Every film's got the American flag for its crescendo. Spider-Man and America go hand in fucking hand, you communist.
Spider-Man does not belong to China, does not belong to Mexico. He
If
is
there's
not
anything more
Canadian.
iconic than Spider-Man with America, it is Superman. And classically, truth, justice, the American way. So they're definitely trying to add this to appeal to the modern state of Trump ruling your life, James Gunn.
That'd be funnier if he had a MAGA hat on, though, in the trailer.
We actually got two. So you got this big one here at the foreground, and then on the side of this building, you got a couple flags, but one is American. It's probably assuming a fire depot. My guess. Don't know.
Maybe even better if they had a Confederate flag on the right side.
Hell yeah. Southern Superman will rise again. We got some sort of ship here. Looks like a crash. And we got EMTs, we got first responders, cops. All right, so something is happening.
recently, you've come under a lot of fire for what some might. It's a lot.
Yeah, my head.
Dude, I love that. I feel like, bonk, and he's like,
I wish they had a sound effect there.
just like a. Got spit curl. So I saw something. This is edited. Originally, he blinks when he gets popped in the head, but they edit it where he keeps his straight face, no blinking. So that's a little detail. It's new for all the nerds.
What do you think about that? Is that like a? Does that matter? Do you think?
Not really. But someone pointed out, so it's just like, oh, that's something now that I know. I can't forget it now. So.
I mean, I guess when I see the scene and he gets hit, he blinks. I guess the blink implies he felt the can, and him not blinking means he either doesn't feel it or ignores it. I don't know. He ignored it either way, really. I
don't see why it matters. I think it's just better to leave it straight. He is a person. Yeah, he's a super person. He's impenetrable with bullets and all that, but he still feels shit. Like you watch 03 Hoult, he's getting shot, and it's like, I feel these bullets bouncing off of me.
But I guess I see in a way now it would, to me, if they made this a focus, now they'd have to have a contrast later where, okay, he doesn't blink here, but then later he gets punched in the face by Red Hulk or something, and then now he blinks. that affected him. There you go. Kidding.
Today, the Secretary of Defense said he was going to look into your actions.
So that's I think Crossbones.
Get a funny face.
I think that's Crossbones from Civil War.
Yeah, that guy, the actor.
Your actions. That's funny.
My actions.
Oh my god, you see that? That's such a woman thing.
That's funny.
That's funny. You're laughing, dude. Lois Lane's gonna be such a fucking cunt.
Yeah.
I point this woman stuff out because it's like Zoomers and Gen Alpha fucking hate women. All right. Ultra MAGA, if we're being archetypical. Young men are super conservative now. They fucking hate women. That's why Andrew Tate's banned everywhere, because he resonated. They know the jig. Shit's going to change in a generation. Like OnlyFans might be a thing for eternity, but the permissiveness of it in society, there's going to be a huge reckoning with this culture, with women in various aspects, I think. It might be a hard learning curve, but I'm just saying it's because it's like, what's the long game when you make this cunt with all these little tone?
Maybe she'll have an arc where she becomes less of a cunt later.
And she's already not very feminine. She's obviously got to have some fire to her being this reporter.
See, you're explaining to me pretty much how long term it could work by making her better later as we go. She starts as cunt, stupid head, and then becomes a better.
It's going to be like Leia, where it's like a feminist
later.
icon, and then the next two films, yeah, she's like Han's side bitch.
Like what if she gets humbled in this, and then she becomes like a more reasonable little side piece here?
I mean, sure, maybe, but I doubt it.
My actions, I stopped a war.
Maybe.
Not maybe, I did.
In effect, you illegally entered a country.
This is how you.
Oh, he's Kyle
Yeah.
Rittenhouse. He's Kyle
Yeah.
Rittenhouse, buddy. He crossed a border. So that really
What's your-
matters.
No, I thought it was going to be, what do you, as an American, you go to another country and try to stop their thing illegally.
You're an imperialist.
That's her angle.
You're an American imperialist. Woke Lois Lane. Jesus Christ.
You're gonna be?
I'm not the one being interviewed, Superman. Did you consult with the president?
This is like Cartman. Remember his girlfriend? He's like, babe. He's like, yeah.
Nothing. I'm hanging with my friends. I'm trying to do this. What else are you doing?
I think some factors are really going to resonate with guys. Just like, oh my god.
Shut up.
Nag. I stop a war, and all I get in return is fucking nagging.
You went there illegally and blah blah blah.
I might love this film because of how like badly they're presenting everything. Where it's like, this is great because it sucks.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would I be Superman? Like, I see this, and this goes hand in hand with like Thunderbolts, and it's juvenile fucking normie slop. How do I say this? Philosophizing about the concept of superheroes and stuff, where it's like, dude, once you watch The Boys and Invincible, and once you watch real movies like Arrival, you watch Prisoners, Pig, like all sorts of shit that's real, and you come back to this shit where it's like, oh, this is what normies, this is like the depth of normies think about moral concepts with power. They're still on this. Oh, we already did this 10 years ago with Civil War. Civil War is all about the agency of nations and what right do you have as an individual to influence, hey, yeah, I stopped a war. I stopped people from dying. It's like, maybe they should have died. Man of Steel did this already with fucking Pa Kent, the whole like letting himself die to just accept fate. Don't interfere. We've already done this. What is the point if you're just rehashing the lowest common denominator? Like this is what irritates me seeing this.
You can have it be a part of your story, but yeah, I agree. That should not be like what you're showing us as a focal point already.
It's like, we've been doing superheroes for like major superheroes for 25 years now. Well, actually further if you go back with the Batman saga of the 80s, 90s.
Yeah,
we're still on
Clark
this?
did, as Wass said, he saw what Clark did. Yeah, so is it supposed to be that since he's not being video recorded that he's Superman? Because I've seen him and I'm just like, yeah, Clark Kent's having a lot of conversations about Superman.
The acting is so bad here. I don't think it's bad. It's just like, I don't think they're really thinking about the audience and the long-term capture of audience. Will it be there? Will it resonate? They're not really hitting eternal fandom, there are some memes of Paul Kent wearing a MAGA hat. Dude, the Kents look so bad too. You had Kevin Costner and Diane Lane, which I think Diane Lane kind of sucked as for an actress to cast for Ma Kent, but she's old bitch, whatever. Kevin Costner's got like an aura as Pa Kent. Yeah, Crossbones is underused.
What if they had Henry Cavill as Pa Kent?
Well, I saw something. Apparently, it's true. Apparently, guess who's going to be Jor-El?
Hugh Jackman or something. I don't know.
That'd be funny. No, supposedly it's going to be Bradley Cooper voice of
Oh,
Rocket Raccoon, American Sniper,
Yeah.
Hangover. We are
All
back.
right. All right.
It's like, that's interesting.
That could be all right. Sure.
Yeah, we're going over the Superman trailer because Ricky has not seen it, and this is kind of like a big topic I wanted to talk about with him. Not as necessarily a fan, because I fucking hate Superman as a concept. It's very juvenile. Superman and Shazam should stay in the past. They suck as ideas. They're just
if anything, he and I always watch all the non-Superman super people that are like after him, and or the dark Superman stuff, and we have like deep conversations with that stuff.
Yeah.
And then it's like back to Superman. It's like, okay, we'll see what.
That's
see
why I do like
doing
Man
now.
of Steel, because they make him like, everyone cries about it, but I think the value of Man of Steel is showing at least the budding points of like conflict of being Superman and the weight on your shoulders of, do I act or not? Should I? Again, that is a 12-year-old film, and we're restarting this universe, and we're just dredging up the same kind of talking points, and it's going to have none of the impact or profundity of even Man of Steel. That's what's annoying. It's like they're just giving Man of Steel all these wins. It's like Trump winning. He was pew-pewed in the ear. That was a big moment. It definitely helped him. But it's just like, your opponent is Kamala Harris, not elected to contend, and the previous running mate just drops out, and so you're just giving them the win. It's not even that Trump won on merit necessarily, although he had a previous term to give him credit for what we got 4 years later, but he didn't even have to try, really. Like that's what's irritating, is like, you're giving Man of Steel wins that they're not even earning necessarily. You're just letting them win, and that's what's irritating.
No.
You seemingly acting as a representative of
I
the
wasn't
United States
representing
will cause
anybody
more
except for me
problems around the
and
world.
and doing good.
It's like a child.
I didn't mean to represent the United States. I didn't mean to.
My client didn't mean to represent the United States. My client didn't ask to represent the United States.
Yeah. I feel like these are like this level 1 like conversations about
Like,
this.
dude,
I
with,
get it,
like,
but
again, you can say, oh, well, they're restarting a universe with characters and really trying to make it fleshed out and take the time. It's like, yeah, but you got to take in. It's like me and Ricky were arguing for like an hour when we started BVS Extended Cut. It was the Batman scene, the inspiration, the starting point of Batman with his parents getting shot, the way they presented it, and then Batman flying, and it's his dream. And I argued about like the merit of it, given not just what Snyder's trying to say, and he's reinventing American iconography. At that point, we've already had 7 years of Batman. Everyone knows Batman, Superman, Spider-Man's orphan stories. It's permeated our conscious. We know it even if we don't like follow it. We know these stories, who they are, why they do what they do. And so Snyder reinvents it. He's going through we've been here. We've been in the alley with Thomas and Martha Wayne getting shot. This starts Batman. This truncates his development emotionally. He's eternally a child worshiping his parents, and that's his initiative in life as Batman. But he reinvents it, and that's the value of it.
See, I would agree that he does add a different substance to it instead of just doing an obligatory, I've got to do it, so it's got to be in here. He does put his own meaning into that follows through in his film. But a lot of these tend to pretty much just go over the same bases again. And it's like, okay, but like,
that's the
what is
difference
different here.
That's
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh, we do this again. We've we're in 2025. We've had The Boys. We've had Invincible. We've had Deadpool. We've had the Deadpool, multiverse film with Wolverine. We've had the multiverse with Avengers. We've got Loki. We've got I can't think of other things at the moment, but superhero stuff has really been experimental. James Gunn's already helped produce a bad Superman origin story with Brightburn, which I think is pretty cool. Flawed in some ways, obviously, but on a $7 million budget, like, wow, they really knocked it out of the park, I think, all things considered. And so that's the other thing. It's like, dude, James Gunn made the movie Super with Rainn Wilson. She's such we gotta watch that. We might watch that after this. This might be my birthday fucking. This is what we're watching.
Okay.
Super is a James Gunn movie, and it's so good. It's like, a Batman street level guy, and his life goes to shit, and he just like gets this compulsion to fight crime because he's been affected by it in a more obscure way for superhero stories. So yeah, he's already played with way more in-depth shit. He's done Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy and helped influence the Avengers films. And so that's what's annoying is like, as you've seen the first trailer, he's got this whole ensemble of DC shit and slop to put on screen to boost Superman. Superman is this icon. And my argument is like, Superman doesn't resonate. It's why we like bad Superman stories, because it makes way more sense if he's a foe. Even if it's misconstrued like Batman versus Superman, where you just really didn't get what was going on. Like, I was trying to help everybody. I'm not a threat. This is frustrating.
I would question myself in the same situation and consider the consequences.
People were going to die.
Oh no, he's being emotional. There's a lot of argument about being emotional versus Superman just moping in BVS.
I guess this is kind of what I'm getting with it. It's like what was I gonna say with the way that, like, with the conversation that he's having with Lois Lane here, like, I'm trying to imagine if he had this conversation with a different character and like a different tone, maybe, that it would be an interesting conversation to have about this. But when it's reporter Lois Lane having this, it's always usually giggly, goofy banter.
I was reading the spoilers. Apparently, they've already been dating for 3 months, so she already knows who he is.
Yeah, but I guess that's my point still. It's just
it's also like, do you not already get like his? I mean, I guess she's interviewing under the guise of I scored this interview with Superman, and someone asked him the hard-hitting questions everyone's thinking. So she's somewhat interviewing on behalf of everyone, but it's like, this guy's already established, so we should kind of already get like he's done some crazy feats, irrespective of borders, And it's just, it's weird too, because like Lois is going to be this libtard in some degree. And it's just funny because like the libtards want like open borders from immigrants, but then, hey, you're going to use force to stop death. Hey, well, you crossed state lines. They're doing the whole Kyle Rittenhouse cognitive dissonance. The big thing, the big gotcha they had was Rittenhouse crossed state lines. That was their big gotcha, on top of death with the gun. It's just like the Rittenhouse happened what, 4 or 5 years ago. We've been having this conversation for years, and they still bring up this. It's like, dude, you got to move on. And it's funny how this kind of shows the limitations of the libtard brain. But look here in this frame, I didn't notice this because you'll see the next frame is obviously propaganda. But look, you got 3 white guys in the center frame running in terror, scared little bitches. Superman's going to crash upon them. All right. Bam. Oh, Superman, sir. Me help Superman. Look. Oh, like a brown man helping Superman up. Wow. That's not propaganda. All these white people around. Oh, look, a brown immigrant's going to step up and help Superman do his feat. And it's like, could be any more obvious what they're doing here. It's not even have a problem
I
necessarily.
guess like if it's in more so their country or area where they'd be, I guess that would make some sense.
It's
Most
just
of the white
like
guys,
Superman's
like the
supposed to
white
be
guys,
this.
the 3 white guys that are tourists, maybe.
Yeah, it's like Superman's supposed to be this icon of America, and yet he's a white guy, obviously. Country's still 50% white. We gotta have a brown person pick up Superman. And it's just like, come on. Trump won, so like you should frame this a little more sensibly. I'm just saying, this is Obama era Superman, like fine. Brown person helping him up. Okay, yeah. New era, change, cool. Trump won. Trump rules your life. Accept it.
Hey, buddy. Eyes up here.
Whoa! Well, that was really important to put in the fucking. Like, I just don't get what the fucking point of that scene is in the trailer. Eyes up here, bro. I don't know. It just irritates me. I don't have a real reason.
Your choices. Your action.
So he saves her from Godzilla. A lot of people are complaining about like, oh, that would be a bullet. It's a 6'3" bullet hitting her. She'd be dead. It's like, I mean, there's some suspension of disbelief, bro. It's Superman saving people. Like he's gonna save people very fast. Like I don't.
I feel like him like catching people that fall and all that stuff's like, yeah, I don't know how much we need to go on the realisticness of that. Like that's fine. That's one of those accepted sort of aspects.
Yeah. Also, he's super fast.
Otherwise, you can't have like the Flash or anything because of all that stuff. And it's like, I mean, how? It's like, yeah, believability is great, but like, how believable must you be? I don't know.
Well, see, that's why I like Invincible, where he's like, "I'll save you," and he's like ripping people in half on accident. Oh God, I just broke all her bones. Ah, fuck,
Yeah.
And it's like he now knows after that. Oh, I gotta like be careful how I pick people up because they don't have the same like temperament of body I do to resist force. So that's now in his consciousness from the mistake. But this is Superman. That's not really an aspect. Flash has already done that. We're like, oh, I hold your head so you don't like throw up. Or Quicksilver.
That.
And see, like, oh, she's hugging him. They're in love. It's just what you've shown of Substance seems like a nagging bitch. That like he's like fundamentally at odds with her as like concepts of life and what's right and wrong with her interview.
Have you seen the Donner Superman?
Parts. I hate it.
Well, because like she is kind of she's kind of cunty in that too, but I feel like it's in a way that works better for her character as it is. And then she's like, oh wow, then she like sees Superman and is like, what? Like she's kind of like, whoa, okay, this is a little different than what I'm used to here. And it's you can see I don't know, there's something better that happens with that type of character in that film. I don't know how it'll be done here, but yeah, doesn't seem interesting.
Well, it's like the one scene we get of Substance so far is her nagging about him being a hero. But then everything else is like, oh, look, they're in love. Look, he's hugging her. And it's just like, it actually makes him seem like weak.
Yeah.
It's like Superman should be getting hugged. Like, yeah, he's confident. He's confident. Don't worry about it. I'll handle this.
It is weird seeing the thing in the background and the hugging. It's like, I mean,
you're wasting time, bitch.
All right.
Right. The world's at stake, but yeah, let me stop for you.
It's like, I guess I'm picturing like, this is like a Dragon Ball Bridge joke with like, he's like, oh, he's getting all the energy from people to make this huge energy ball. And then he's like, maybe I'll take a little more. And then, or no, he's going to go save some androids, save some people from these androids. and he's like, I'll get some tea real quick. And then he arrives a second after this guy got shot. He's like, oh, I felt like it's time for tea. It's just like a funny little gag. It's Superman. I'm imagining, okay, let me hug you real quick. Let me give you a kiss goodbye. Put my shoes on. And 1,000 more people are dead than if he just went to go.
Yeah, Stoney gets it. He's like, so you're saying Superman should be roundhousing Indians in the street? Yeah, if anything, Superman's like, oh, Mr. Superman, sir. And he's like, oh, God, illegal immigrant must help America and throw this fucker
aliens
back into India.
Aliens from planet India act like they're an alien race. They're an alien race under disguise.
A bio weapon from India must save America.
Aliens disguise themselves as the Indian people.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Again, I didn't even think about that. Yeah. It's a woman, so I'm not even. And that instance, I wasn't even thinking about DEI or anything. It was like, oh, look, of course he gets helped by a fucking Indian or Pakistani or whatever. And then, oh, look, he saves an Asian woman. And it's just, dude, this diversity shit is just so annoying. I get it's a city, so it's way more diverse.
Well, it's like, I guess it's like, what if, I thought he was
these people, America. When they're making, I'm not even saying like the liberals, I'm just like Hollywood, like this is all demographic check boxing. Like, all right, make sure you get it. You can't just say, well, it's got to be an Asian. We can put an Asian at this point. We haven't checked off the Asian yet. It's like that's just the underlying reality. See, every video opinion you spout is dumber and more pathetic than the last. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. There's more where that came from. Just you wait. HT Hammock 1. Hope I said that right.
What makes you who you are?
That's Paul Kent right there. That's the man that's going to raise the fucking Jesus come back to earth Superman.
Raise a nice barbecue.
It's just like, dude, why you got to get such a dopey fuck to be Superman's dad? Like, he doesn't have to be a fucking Calvin Klein model, but come on, it should be some semblance of like, oh yeah, I obviously believe that boy is your son, Mr. Kent. Like, yeah. That's part of the reality, thinking like, oh, it's my son, and we're just passing off as my kid. No one's thinking, oh, you sure that's not the milkman's kid?
You are.
Good luck.
All right, I saw him.
Titanium Man.
I have no opinion about this. Never read Mr.
Terrific. Looks funky, but I don't really care. I guess I didn't. He's another character I didn't know was going to be in this, on top of the other characters I know are going to be in this. So, yeah, another one. Wow.
Superman. He's not a man.
See, look, repeatedly we get this like fucking loser wimp Superman. He's always fucking floundering. He's always beat the fuck up, and it's like, what is Superman? It feels like the inconsistency of Halloween, or he's like the shadow. He's death. But then they do like this new version, reboot, continuation. It's like, oh, he's got the scars from the first time he attacked Laurie Strode. And then, oh, look, she chopped his fingers off. But then you can also ninja people abruptly and slaughter everyone ganging up on him and survive fires and shit. It's like, what is this? Superman doesn't get like just fucking punched around willy-nilly. He's got very few people that can handle him to that degree. Put him in a bed,
What would work for me maybe is like that as he's growing up, his body gets kind of stronger a bit. So it's like,
yeah, Man of Steel, they did it kind of right.
So at a certain age, it's like, okay, he's at whatever age, and yeah, he could get punched by like a robot, and it can do some damage to him. It's not gonna, he's got to kind of build up his tolerance to pain, his body's got to endure some shit before he's the Man of Steel, where he's like officially, can tank a meteor coming to Earth or something.
Yeah, it's like Man of Steel work. Like people complain about him being like mopey or whatever. It's like he's aware of his physical presence and ability and stature. It's mentally having that ability and not knowing what should I do with this? What is my responsibility? You know, it's kind of sort of a counter to Spider-Man's classic, you know, I got to do it. I'm here. I have to act, you know, and they're showing this human questioning Superman in his youth. And so him like, you know, acting emotional and tearing up that guy's semi truck, possibly ruining his life, you know, at least short term. It's like, that's a very childish reaction, especially for who he is. As
Well, no, you see, I'd say that's more than a childish action. That's like if he threw a pie in his face, that'd be a childish reaction. But it wouldn't like wouldn't cost him thousands of dollars. It wouldn't like potentially ruin his job or ruin.
Or it's like, how do I explain this to my insurance company to get me a new semi?
Like, what do you do? Like, how do you respond to like my car? This happened to my vehicle because I did what I do to him. I threw
someone
a can
crucified my semi with my logs.
It's like you stole my pencil. All right, I'm gonna chop off your leg. Like, what the hell is that?
No, it's villainous, but it's like, you know, Snyder not as much as I like, but
villainous. I guess
he hit, you know, he leans into like, well, yeah, you know, you get this impulsive, you know, reaction. You might be villainous, you know. It's like I feel like that's what. If Captain Marvel had maybe his sensibility when they did that whole like, hey, you should smile, sweetie, and she like steals his shit and like crushes his hand and shit because he's being a toxic male or whatever, you know, like you get the resolution of like, okay, this guy later in the film that's risking his life to stop Zod, he would not do that kind of petty shit at this point. He's beyond that now. He's grown up, but in his youth, in his young manness, he's hot-headed, he's overreacting and really going way over the line, retaliating.
But yeah,
because he has the ability to. So what's going to? Are you going to stop me?
When you're younger, you're probably going to do more stupid things or more stuff that.
Like I don't mind the impulsive, but it is villainous. But it's like, yeah, he grows out of that. He starts.
And that's fine. I agree with that. That's why I do kind of feel like a young Superman is kind of makes sense for a lot of this stuff because that's where the most growth of the character can happen if you want to.
Yeah, it's like seeing this is weird when he's supposed to be established to some degree. And it's just, dude, you like.
It's like it's good. It's good having him get like challenged, but I feel like some of the challenges should maybe be like. Where okay, it doesn't matter how much damage they can really do to him. It's more because I thought one of the main struggles for the character is mostly how do I beat all these bad guys and protect everyone at the same time? That's like usually the question, right? Like beating the bad guys while having people not die.
Yeah.
What is Superman? What is a woman?
Yeah, so then it's like classic Stoney.
Yes.
Probably a driver for a company. Yeah, exactly. That was really fucked up, especially if like you're a real world job.
Yeah, sorry, boss. I can't come in today. How come? Well,
someone impaled my truck with logs.
My truck's impaled. You mean they came flying at you off the road or something? No, it just the spikes it's folded in half. Like I don't know what to tell you. Can't see this truck again. It's coming out of your paycheck. Oh, thanks.
Yes, Hater Headquarters, classic detractor, made some great. Remember those business AI comic videos? That's Hater Headquarters.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the real money is in making a Superman Gunn versus Superman Snyder movie. Superman isn't really about anything other than that anymore. I don't follow Superman, so I wouldn't know. But he says Deadpool and Wolverine prove you can make a gay road trip movie about studio acquisitions of intellectual property. You can make a Superman versus Superman movie. Yeah, I definitely I think we streamed about it. I definitely had a lot of problems with the Deadpool. Like I liked it, it's fun, but it like, so I'm a big hater of comedy. Like I love laughing, I love having jokes and fun and whatnot, but I own very few comedies for the like breadth of my film collection. Comedy's fairly small because I largely hate comedy because I feel like most of the shit people like is lowest common denominator, not that funny. And also comedy in general as a format doesn't last. It's very hard to make a comedy last. Like Airplane, I'm kind of annoyed at its stature in comedy, but it does have some stay power, some of its dumb jokes and humor. It's kind of eternally just wacky sarcasm, you know. You can hear these jokes 50 years from now and they've never seen the movie. You know, someone will recreate that joke, you know, or it's bombastic and eternal in its like ridiculousness, like Adam Sandler shit or Jim Carrey or Three Stooges, you know, Looney Tunes, classic eternal comedies, because it's the wackiness, the ridiculousness of like hitting someone with a hammer and they don't die or bleed, you know. It's like, that's funny because it's, hey, that shouldn't happen that way, and you see it continue. But like Ghostbusters, fucking awful. Spaceballs, awful. I feel like there's another iconics. Caddyshack, fucking hate it. You know, they don't really last in the they only last from nostalgia mostly because you were raised with it. If you're a new person that's eager to enjoy the classic thing and you watch it, it doesn't really work. Versus if you're raised with like, oh, here's the funny, yeah, the turkey, National Lampoon's Christmas, and it's like
Gremlins.
Just the scenarios don't make sense long term. Like the whole like banking on a Christmas bonus, like that's a figment of imagination today for most people. A Christmas bonus, what do you? Pizza party, maybe. That's your Christmas bonus. You fucking wagey. Yeah, so comedy just doesn't last, you know, unfortunately. And so Deadpool Wolverine has so much of the humor relying on like meta awareness of like the everyday news of like, oh, they got this property and oh, the studio rights and oh, this guy that was at the studio didn't like that, and like that's the humor. It's very current.
People wanted Channing Tatum to be Gambit. That's why he's in it, and that's why they like it. But there's nothing like, nothing to say about that. It's not substance.
I did like the gay joke. I do like Deadpool, like where they're pushing, you know, where they can on just real funniness. But even that is like 20 years from now, this woke hysteria and how it's influenced comedy. Why someone like Todd Phillips of the Hangover trilogy pivots to making the Joker, you know, because comedy is like a dead format for a long time because of woke shit. You can't make jokes on anything. That might just totally go away. So then, like, why making those jokes is funny? Like, I think for me, I'm bi, but I understand gay jokes. Like, it's just like gay, if for being not conservative politically, but conservative interpreting reality. It's like gay men are always going to be a joke. It's always going to be joke getting fucked in the ass, because it's at best being conservative. It's a recessive trait among men to be gay. It's a minuscule population. It's always going to be a small demographic, so they're odd to the majority. So it's always going to be funny to go like, haha, you're gay. It's like, I am not, you know, like that's the humor of it. That's eternal to call someone gay when most guys are not not even curious. That's eternal. But watching the film, or why they're making gay jokes, or that the joke in itself is that you dare make the gay joke, people may not even get that in 20 years. Because it's like, well, yeah, of course we laugh at gay people. It's like gay people laugh at gay shit, you know, like they're not off the table. What are you talking about? You know, that's the framework of a lot of the humor of Deadpool. Is either meta, YouTube fandom awareness of everyday studio shit, woke culture war stuff that people are going to forget. That's a big failing of that movie in particular. Is it's not going to resonate long term. It's just like in the moment right now, you're going to forget about it. And it's not going to, like, a lot of the purpose of that film is going to be totally washing over people's eyes and ears in the future. They're not going to get it. And that's the shortcoming of it. Let's see. Yeah, Deadpool 2 gay jokes. Unintelligent design. I just got here. I watched this trailer and felt nothing. Yeah, me too. I hate Superman, so there's that caveat, but just interesting comic presentation. I'm like, the whole thing we're going through repeatedly is like, dude, Man of Steel, love it or hate it, like it's already done this shit and better. Like they're just Snyder's winning by default, but hey, I'll send you a link if you want to come in, Leon. We always miss each other when we're streaming, so love having you on if you wish. Did they kill the Robert Pattinson Batman series because they're banking on the Superman movie? No, they're doing they're doing like a Grant Morrison, I think Damian Wayne and Batman. I think it's like All-Star Batman, if I'm not mistaken. So we're gonna have a different Batman. Aside from the Matt Reeves is its own universe thus far. And so far, Gunn's confirming Reeves is still doing Batman 2 as director, so which I think is a good thing. But let me get the link to Liam in case he wants to join in. And again, thank you all for being here. It's belated birthday. I had my birthday yesterday, and I'm so tired I didn't even watch a movie with Ricky. Let me see. And I hope everything's going good for you, Liam. We've talked back and forth a little bit in DMs. Hopefully you understand it's all love, not being like a gay op or anything. Hopefully you understand it's all positive. Let's continue to try while we're waiting if Liam comes in.
He's an it.
Oh, he's trans. Okay. Luthor, clear that up for us.
Somehow become the focal point of the entire world's conversation.
All right. Oh, shit. Let me see. So we got, this is supposed to be Nathan Fillion's Green Lantern, Kyle Rayner, I think. Hot Girl. I'm not sure this third, but it's probably Mr. Terrific, I guess. That's my guess.
They're weird, though.
They're a team, I guess. I don't know what the comic lore is for this team.
Yeah, I don't know. It's whatever to me.
I will not.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. This is from the last trailer, too, but you got, Arabic people, probably? And then this brown boy raising the flag. So, again, you got this whole POC signaling in the trailer. This is, like, the culture with Superman for years now of, like, pivoting from truth, justice, the American way. They're trying to make him this universalist character.
The world hero.
And it's like, no, he is the beacon to the world because he's American, and America is the pinnacle of the world thus far, if not maybe forever.
Yeah.
So me not being a Superman guy, but me understanding the mythos, the iconography of Superman, seeing this pivot they've done, this woke shit to make him all encompassing. Like, no. He's an icon because he's American. American is the beacon of the world.
I mean, it's kind of funny, but like, isn't he mostly a Metropolis hero? Not even fully an American hero. He's a Metropolis hero.
He's from Metropolis, but he is America's guy.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, in terms of like where he's doing most of his fighting and hanging out, like I assume most of the stuff happens in Metropolis because it's like, I don't know. I guess wherever he goes, he might as well almost have teleportation as an ability, I guess, if he can just, there's something happening over there right now on the other side of the planet. I guess I'll be there in a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's an argument conceptually, but given the
it's one of those things
history, he is an American icon. He's an American.
I'm not arguing whether or not he's an American icon. I'm saying,
I'm saying, like, comics wise, I think, yeah, he's like, I'm American. That's like his.
I'm commenting on the screenshot here, like wherever he is right here. It's like, where is he to where he's doing this?
I'm assuming,
like,
let's say Pakistan or Gaza.
Like,
I just say no, even though I'm like, PFC's like, I am on the Palestine side. I don't want them here. I don't want them in America, but I don't want them suffering what they are where they're at. So if anyone's like, oh, this guy, he's just a total right-wing chud, it's like, oh, it's more nuanced than that. But yeah, it's still my chagrin, obviously, if like I know what they're doing.
Will not. accept that.
That was a weird shot to me, but all right. Maybe it works in the context.
I'm gonna come. It's over 9,000.
I haven't taken a shit in 17 days. It's coming.
I tweeted this. I was like, liberals when the refugees are white.
Yeah, no. Send them back to their countries. No.
I cleaned your boots. I'll go get them for you.
That's Martha Kent.
Wow, yeah, I mean, she looks like a librarian or like accountant, not like a country ma.
Oh, bitch, bank teller, it takes too fucking long when I'm trying to get my money.
Yeah, I'm picturing, Southern accent. She can, load some hail.
Some dumb bitch at Walmart that can't retire.
She's gonna. She looks like Karen, Karen's mom.
She works customer service at Walmart, but she doesn't fucking know anything. Always has to ask the manager who's like 20 what to do, what buttons to push.
She's upset that the man in front of her doesn't have his pants all the way up.
Get them for you.
Oh, okay. So that kaiju looks pretty cool. I don't know what it's supposed to be, if comics wise, but it looks cool.
That's Triglodon, of course. I have no idea.
A lot of people are complaining about this shot. Kyle Rayner, his construct, like, shouldn't it come from his ring? And I don't know. Isn't he supposed to be like a Marine? I know he views something like he's like a Marine.
I thought they were all Marines. I have no idea.
Well, Hal Jordan's a pilot.
Oh, well.
So he's like a test pilot. Maybe he's had military background, I assume. I've not read much Green Lantern, so I don't know. But I just hate the aesthetic of this bowl cut. Jack, I just hate it. I know he's got the jacket in the comics, but it's ugly. I hate it. But this is like military standoff. I'm assuming it's the same scene that Superman is referring to, like, I stopped a war, but then you got this guy, just a jackass flicking fucking soldiers. It's like, is that guy going to survive? It's like, you're supposed to be hero team. I assume they're in conflict with Superman. I don't know who the fuck he is, or
well, they could do the Snyder thing where they go, well, it's not shown specifically that they're dead, so who knows?
You got some narcissistic bitch TikToking during a catastrophe in Metropolis.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess my problem is, so a trailer. I know a trailer is supposed to show you glimpses of the movie, but I feel like a trailer, in a way, should kind of have a point it's trying to get in your head a little bit, so that you're thinking about it when it's done. I have no idea what the fuck's like. It's just like a lot of random shit going on.
Wad just said they did say Gunn is basing this Lex off of Andrew Tate.
Oh,
what?
Okay.
Oh my god. See what I mean? See what I mean, Ricky?
Yeah. Every time we get a victory,
young boys love Andrew Tate. That's why they banned him everywhere, because he resonated.
You get one step forward and then 10 steps back every time.
So, say you about the other stuff, pimp shit. Was he a trafficker? Muslim? Say all what you want, but like talking about women, the guy resonated. He was really hitting the nail on the head, and it permeated young society. And ban him all you want. The jig's up. Again, young men are super right wing as a demographic, and it's only gonna get worse. If you loathe that, it's only gonna get worse. So again, what is the longevity here when you're trying to vilify what resonates? They're just going to loathe you and be disinterested. This movie's not going to make $1 billion, my guess. I think this is going to be a surprise. I think to a lot of movies, it's going to be a surprising dud. I think some people that are in following this stuff are not going to be surprised, but I think like the John Campies are going to be like, oh, wow, it's not doing too great. What they were hoping for, given the production value. Sick Lad says fictional Arabic adjacent people. Yeah, probably. They'll probably do some like what was it? Top Gun 2. They're too pussy to like deter. I don't think they ever state. They're just like in a vague, not Russia, East Europe region in their conflict. They're too pussy to state like Russia's the bad guys, or like they did in the first movie, where it's like we're obviously fighting Russians because we're America and they suck. Like Captain Hammer. What do you? Oh, is that like
that was when Green Lantern was on screen? So I don't know.
Let me know if you want me to pause on any.
I don't know. I'm just annoyed with the direction of the trailer. I don't get what it's really. I thought that the interview at the beginning was kind of showing a direction of the trailer, but now it's just showing a lot of random shit. So kind of annoying. More kissing and hugging.
It just makes me think of EVS somehow like it's his mommy.
Yeah. Gotta do this before I go to school. Yeah, I don't know. Why coming at the screen at the end there? That's not really a Superman-esque, look at him go.
Look at the faster than a speed. Oh wait, he's falling. He failed.
Yeah, he's falling.
Right, yes.
He's getting Yamcha. He's getting Yamcha there. I'm sorry, I don't understand the fascination with Crypto either. With this dog, like I don't.
It's such a childish.
He's
like
got,
that's for kids.
He's got superpowers too. Like I don't like. It's fine, but like I don't. Was anybody saying, "Oh no, all the other Superman movies didn't have Crypto. We needed him"? Like I never heard anybody care about Crypto.
That's what's been missing. That is the secret.
It's the
formula.
secret ingredient.
We got to get a dog to fucking manipulate your emotions as the audience.
Like I can just imagine it being more stupid by having the dog there. Like, well, what is that, boy? Is Lassie trapped in a well? Wait, what? Okay. No, we actually saw the scene in the trailer, in one of the trailers, I think, where the dog, where he's like injured and he's like, "Dog, take me home, dog," and the dog's like, it's just not even doing anything.
Dragon Fun says Tate is awful. Sure, I guess. I don't know. If he said he's based off of the Tates, then he's either wrong or just lying because Lex doesn't look to be acting like the Tates. Like he's chucking a sock in that one scene. It's different. Basically, it's just James Gunn's version. Yeah, it's very underwhelming. Very underwhelming. Yeah. I think very chaotic. What is the tone? I don't get it. Superman just seems to be failing and falling and losing all the time, which is like, given the concept of Superman on Earth, yes, there is foes. Basically, either Luthor has some crazy sci-fi concoction to counter him, or it's Darkseid or Brain, some ridiculous cosmic entity that can challenge him. Doomsday, maybe a kaiju. Like I love the Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong. They got a part 2 coming out in June. I'm very excited because that should be the DC. Like let's start there. Bring in the MonsterVerse. It's already established. People like Godzilla and Kong. See kaiju's punching and shit. Now they got to fight Superman and Batman. It's a cool comic. It just drops you in. It's like, hey, DC or you don't. You're going to enjoy it either way. It's a fun comic. I think that should be.
Diesel and The Rock and have the Fast and Furious make their cameos in.
Well, that's universal. Not possible. But yeah, like I read the first couple of issues of Justice League Batman, Justice League Kong Godzilla, and I was like, this is what they should do to start DC. They already have an established IP. They have the Legendary Comics that I think is under DC. It's all under Warner Brothers, so just do that. It's already established. People know Superman and Batman and the Justice League. Whatever permutation you do of the extra Justice Leaguers, you got the Trinity. Just do that. It's cool. And it's a multiverse shit, so you can be wacky and throw them back in their MonsterVerse and stay in DC afterward. But it's a great introduction of just let's have fun. Not take it too serious. get you warmed up. We've done all this origin shit. We keep failing besides Batman. Let's just start simple and fun. So that's been my pitch. But yeah, Superman. Oh boy. Dead on arrival. Dragonfin says, always reminds me of someone. To my haters headquarters. What? Not sure what you're saying there. But anyway, not Snyderverse, rippaverse. More trash. We got this clip from Katie. I've not been keeping with Katie lately, unless I've heard it on Trashcast, which EVS seems to be taking a break because I guess he went like 10 days in a row.
But he went about 10 days, yeah.
Which was fun having that to listen to at work. Trashcast, but it's taking a break, so you're here with me. That's fine. We got a Katydid clip of Eric July. Not seen this yet, so this is fresh as far as I'm concerned. Let's see what's going on with Eric. So it's titled Eric responds to EVS's criticism of YouTubers making comics.
And you know, one thing I do love, and I'll talk about this really in depth because I have had the, this is something that happened with me when I entered into this sphere of comics as a like a creator in that sense, and not just commentary. I have seen maybe more than I ever have. Saw a lot of this obviously with someone. But man, to see a lot of people say, because they're coming from maybe their audiences, they just found some intrigue with it. They like the idea of the anthology. And this is the first comic that I've got either ever or in a very long time. I love to hear that, and I'm going to tell you why. We need readers, okay?
Well, you definitely do, since they're falling off like flies. Very poor choice of words. Oh, thank you, Katie. This is great.
Especially with where Western entertainment is at with comics, we need readers, okay? New readers are not anybody that suggests, and there are those that will do that, suggest that this is somehow a bad thing, that there are people that are maybe going to get in, that not maybe, that are getting in the comics because they're just shouting it.
All right, hold on. So he's going to try to argue, my guess, is that, oh, it's good we're getting new readers thanks to the Rippaverse. Because comics are falling off a cliff, you know? I would counter, hey, if people have been seeing this whole sphere and off and on, whatever channel watching, they'll talk about, oh, look at this new woke thing in comics. Oh, look, they made Superman's kid bisexual, aka gay, as far as they'll put it. And they'll make content on that, but then like they never review comics, they don't promote comics. But oh, this audience bought a comic. This non-reader audience bought a comic because a YouTuber made it that they follow. That's not helping comics, would be the counter argument. It's like they're just buying the YouTuber merch, which has kind of been the argument about Ice on Reverse and this whole setup in the first place, and the shortcoming of it is like this isn't really resonating with comic readers. It's not reinvigorating it's just marketing to non-comic readers, but it doesn't seem to influence a long-term fandom customer base for comics widespread. It's just comics maybe for that YouTuber. So that's not really helping comics as an art form. It's just helping you, the individual, sell the comics that you are making. So yeah, it's very justified criticism if that's like how you're going to delineate it. So I don't know what you think about that.
You could have like PewDiePie make a comic book and people would buy it because
the PewDiePie people will buy the PewDiePie comic, but they're not buying.
But they're not comic readers because they back the book.
They're not buying Image, Dark Horse, Awa. I'm trying to think some other companies. Boom, IDW.
But I mean, with regards to ISOM 1, I mean, I would like to, like, I mean, with his first campaign doing it, I mean, he was on, wasn't he on like Fox or I guess the Blaze? I don't know.
It's on Fox, the Blaze, New York Post shouted him out with an article.
So they talked about the fact that he was making the book ISOM and people to buy it, but like, again, it's one of those things where I don't think the character or the stories talked about like at all really in any of that. So it's like those are all
it was promoted as anti-woke comic.
And those are anti-woke comic points for the most part for those platforms anyway and the audiences, but like it wasn't at all. Hey, look, I'm telling us like when you talk about Superman, you're not just going get the Superman thing because it's by DC Comics and these guys and those guys, and I assume you'd talk about whatever's going to happen.
It's like, dude, Superman has never done this kind of story. This is a Superman for the ages. You are not going to want to miss this iteration of Superman. That would be how you'd sell it.
Challenge here that he has not yet faced. He's not going to have those. He doesn't have the overpowered powers in this one. He's got a little less, so I don't know. I assume you talk about the character or the story in some way.
Yeah, I remember Dave Stewart. I don't know if you ever seen that YouTuber. He's been around for a long time. I quit following him. He blocked me. Like I interviewed him, then like long after he blocked me for I don't know why.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's like what the fuck? Like, we had a good interview. He really engaging. My
really
interest.
liked you, blocked.
Yeah, it was so weird because he seemed to have an interesting conversation. Like he seemed to have a pleasant experience with me. So it's like very weird, But yeah, I remember one of his videos I watched years ago. He was talking about Comicsgate. And he wasn't anti or pro, but he was saying like, so it's like this fan base, these different fan bases have sprouted out hating whatever thing or style or type. They're not really saying what they want. And he's talking about this might be a shortcoming of the thing. And obviously Comicsgate is still around and kind of got your stars, but you got the baseline template of amateur creators like taking a shot and the customers give them the shot. That seems to be a somewhat sustainable market and template for creators to like take a crack. And if they're worth their salt, they'll stick around and they'll resonate to whatever degree, at least in this indie space. But he's talking about like, it's like, you hate woke Star Wars, but what do you like? And that is exactly the problem for the Rippaverse is the whole marketing, the whole frenzy of ISOM 1 was not, hey, here is a comic coming out from like a renowned source of commentary about comics. He loves this template and he wants to make his mark and steer the ship right. There might have been some of that rhetoric, maybe not directly stated. That might have been some of the feelings and the fervor for comic people, but it was sold to the mainstream awareness as anti-woke comic, being you should get this if you hate all the woke shit, not hey, you should get this because this is a good story. And that's fine. Again, I've always said it's actually fine that he started as like YouTube merch for like counterculture. That's not a bad starting point. And he could work the talent part of creating over time. It's like the fervor is to fund a counter to the mainstream to maybe in some way influence or set the mark for more people to collectively counter and influence mainstream to like steer the ship back to like what we liked. So it's not me negging on Eric completely. I think there was some value in how he started, but his whole marketing, everything's just been what made him pop on the scene was counter signaling and resonating with the sentiment of hating what's going on. But
like if it was maybe instead it's about a guy who walked away from his responsibilities for a long time, and then his sister got him kind of pulled back into it, and then he realized even then that there's like all these other powerful people. He got his ass kicked by the bodyguard at his rival's club, and then Yaira threw him on the ground, knocked his ass out. There's all these other things going on that he's kind of walked away from and now wants to get in. Whether or not that's represented well in the story, that'd be like a better way to sell. Give you an idea of what's going on in it a little, like to sell as an idea and see if people want to buy it or read it.
Yeah, it's funny the way he's trying to frame this. It's like, oh, we're creating new readers. What's the problem? It's he's trying to play victim when obviously he knows like the shortcomings of this whole initiative.
I mean, he knows that if there's a lot of if there's more like bad stuff for one, that's gonna put a bad taste in people's mouths, and then you'll have less readers, and you'll have more word of mouth that it's bad. So, yeah.
That maybe weren't into it. They know the idea of it. Like, of course, they know about Batman and Superman. They know all the Spider-Man. They know about the characters, but they're not really into comics. We have guys that have never read comics, no matter what age they are, that are finally getting into it. And this maybe sends them down a rabbit hole that will buy other comic books that are not from the Rippaverse. This is a good thing. It's a fantastic thing. This is what we need.
But like, has that happened though?
It's not happening. They buy your thing. They buy your thing, and they're either shills, and it's just like a counter signal purchase to fund you to, oh, well, I like this guy, and I got duped into buying his dog shit. Now I just got to keep buying to counter signal EVS and Trashcast, and everyone laughing at them. Or they quit reading comics 20, 30 years ago. And like, oh, hey, like, I like this YouTuber. Let me give him a chance. And then it's like, wow, this is beyond dog shit for someone that's been talking about comics for years and reviewing them and stuff. This guy doesn't get shit. He fucking never mind. One and done. I'm out. And so, like, it's a very, at the best, is double-edged sword of, generally speaking, you're going to make this, like, more kind of cult religious angle of support for your thing, and they're not really looking at the periphery of the template of comics and all the facets they could play with, the sandbox to have fun in. Or do you instantly turn them off from ever backing a comic again, even giving anything a chance? You just sour them so much because it's such a bad story. It's completely incompetent.
A lot of marketing, at least, and some of this has kind of been like that. He's got a lot of employees he's got to pay. He's got a lot of people working for him, so a lot of people might back just to give them some support. Like, people supporting Yellow Flash right now might be like, God, I feel sorry for Dillard not being paid anything. I guess I want to make sure he gets some money to feed his family. Over buying the comic for wanting to read it.
Dude, it's crazy how bad of a flop it is. Like, even if it like hits beyond the funding now, like the way it's taken for fucking ever, dragging its feet. Even him on stream, like, oh, it's like the page is not refreshing. Like, he thinks it's going to just jump, boosting numbers.
Oh wow, 300,000, sweet.
Yeah, it's like, wow, Dillard really fucked himself on that deal.
Guess what the sales are at right now? Guess what they're
81,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at it earlier today. It's like, ooh.
Okay, well, it's still like that. It's still at 81,193.
No one wants to buy that retard shit. I don't know why people watch him, honestly. Like, legitimate. Not even me being like hating the guy or he's Rippaverse. Like, before any of that, for when he was still just Comicsgate, I'm like, what is the value of this? This guy sucks. And I showed it's like, hey, look, this retard loves Reachers, boosting Reacher, boosting the actor. They hate him. They want him gone. And then literally he makes that interview where he's like, yeah, Republicans shouldn't vote for Trump. If they're Republican, if they're Christian, they shouldn't vote for Trump. He's having this like very pointed statement that, like, basically being a libtard in the general view. And so they instantly turn on him, in their videos. And it's just like, it just shows you.
We hate him.
It's like,
we want him gone.
Yeah. Like, he literally becomes that. And it's like, why would you want products from this guy if he like flips on a dime? If he's not like, hey, like Nick Fuentes, he loves Kanye West. That's one of his like top guys that like inspire him. It's not just like, I like his music, but like he loves Kanye West. And so he has to fight his own audience. Well, yeah, hey, we don't like the porn, we don't like this cuck shit he's talking about, don't like some of these things he's doing, but like he is a net benefit to like our ideology or to being a creator, yada yada yada. So he accepts the flaws, he'll denounce the flaws depending on what they are, and he still sticks to the guy. He's like, that guy's in our camp, we gotta support him. And so that's what Yellow Flash should be doing with that Reacher guy. Like, well, this is a fucking huge L he's taking. He's really gonna hurt his fan base given what he's built with Reacher. But I think you're wrong, bud. But still got your back. That should be the sentiment. But no, instant fucking heel turn, anti-Reacher guy. All of a sudden, I'm like, Reacher sucks. I watched one episode. I'm like, this is like autism. Maybe the Tom Cruise movies weren't like fucking gangbusters awesome, but like there was consistency. It didn't feel like retarded. It didn't feel like The Mentalist or some stupid, normie slut. It felt like, okay, he might be a little exaggerated his ability, but it seems believable more or less. He's a mystery guy. He's a former MP detective or whatever. So it's all within the realm of possibility. This Reacher shit just feels like it's a real headache, dude. When he's like, hey, how'd you know that? He's like, oh, he was wearing his watch, and just rattling off all these fucking autistic details of scanning people. It's just, this isn't real. Like, if this guy could do this, he's not functioning. He's not reliable. He's fucking the kid from The Predator or
like the example of like the when you're in high school, write an essay that's like 3,000 words, and it's like, well, how about I write one that's less than that? That's better. Like, it's like, no, do the one that has 3,000. Will take way longer and be less focused and like make less sense.
Yeah, I'm very anti like minimums or maximums. Not necessarily maximums, but minimums. But you gotta make 10-page essays. Like, I'm just regurgitating my own shit repeatedly to fill this count. Like, what is the value?
It's like, well, why does it need to be 10? Why is 10 valuable?
Yeah.
What's up, Jim tells you? Center in the
Okay.
chat.
I've seen that probably more than I ever have, at least in comparison maybe to ISOM 1. And I love to see it, and I hope that we see more of it because I love those stories. And we'll have you here. We hope that you get this book and maybe it sticks with you and you want to learn more about the world. Maybe you like the characters that some of these guys are dealing with. Maybe you liked Ingrid and how he handled it, and maybe you want to go read out.
What? What are you talking about?
Girl.
Ingrid?
He said Ingrid. That's Ingrid Valdez from Alpha Core.
Right. Who's
Do you like how he handled it? It's like
I saw him handled Ingrid Valdez. What's he talking about?
He's just trying to rattle off the different writers and products and IPs. It's funny. Like, this is the other reason, aside from the YouTube trash cast, all this, the drama, biggest problem. Like, people can just come here and see how unenthusiastic you actually are.
I want him to be passionate as he was when he was debating organized chaos. I was like, man, this little white boy trying to talk to me like this. Come on, let's go. Like, that's like the passion, with those other.
No, his passion was just dunking on wimpy white libs. His passion.
Even when he was debating those like 5 black guys, like, that was funny.
The Jody's Corner and his crew. That was a good stream. That was a good stream where it's like, dude, where it's gone since then is crazy. How much the mask has come off, and we know who you are. It's all been fake.
Like, his responses back then were like what he feels like. They're like, yeah, nervous drinking. He's like, what, I'm drinking water, hydrating. What you fat ass can use some. It's like, oh yeah, he's saying what he thinks right there. Nice.
Yeah, he was totally in control. They just sucked.
Like, yeah, but we get lots of bitches. He's like, I'm married. I got a wife. I have a house. What are you talking about? It's like, okay,
yeah, and it's like, dude, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, dude, Eric used to be like, yeah, you want this guy to win because he's this black guy countersignaling his stupid nigger culture shit of bitches and money and whatever. He's like, I'm stable. I'm making a family. I own a home. I stream from my home that I own. I'm trying to make businesses, like, yeah, especially in MAGA, conservative, libertarian space, largely white. It's nice. Like, we want to root for colorblind meritocracy. Like, yes, this black guy is not an Uncle Tom. He's not a plantation black stuck on the Democrat plantation. He has built himself up. He's self-reliant. Like, that's a fucking success story that whites love to see. It's like, yes, our system works. You just gotta like put your time in, you know. And now you've seen like, oh yeah, it's a total fake. He's an Obama voter, but magically he's a single issue federal income tax voter all of a sudden and won't vote for anybody, even though they're going to get him more of what he wants, you know, like Jeremy proved with that stream. You saw that stream, right? Where he's like, are you there? I barely hear you. I don't know what's going on.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now.
What happened there? Okay. Yeah, I saw that stream.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Cully got owned. He had a night letter, Jeremy probably.
He needed to have more of that energy that he used to have with like organized chaos and stuff. Like, you know, that'd been a more funny stream with that.
Yeah, catch it in the chat. I saw an early reader edition, an activity-packed re-release of the Ill-Advised arc that includes phonics and grammar design by Rippaverse creator Eric July. We will win, but we need readers. Yes, never fucking say we need readers. Like, hey, you're gonna want to read this. You know, dude, I don't even know if I should tell you about this. You know, like it's. I don't know if just anybody should read.
Superman gets this Asian chick and this white chick, and then you have to read to find out what happens next.
Yeah, you got so saying new comic idea: Superman versus the Jews.
I don't know.
Oh, can he overcome their control? Hey, pitch that to Sven Stoffels. I think that'd be right up. He at least make some America Man shit with that. Sick Lad says Eric July has only ever cared for two things in life: his pockets and his optics. He cares about his own bottom line as well as how everyone looks at him. He'll say whatever makes him sound better while doing anything to make a quick buck. And if that means stepping on everyone else and destroying, he'll do just that while talking all the shit in the world. Honestly, I stopped listening to the hateful griftosphere and started paying more attention to CG. And was interested in EVS's take on EJ for like a year, but even I'm bored of him because I figured him out. Well, I love the expanded trash cast universe of commentary. Yellow Flash, the Matt Barr files is so fucking funny. What a spaz, dude! Like that guy could have been working on Rainbow the Brute doing the like
Source comics. But actually, I fucking hate this because you talked to that one guy, and I don't like that. So no. Well, actually, I'll still do it for you if you want me to.
You know, I'm still down to do your horse comic. Like, fuck off, like.
I'll do it. I don't want to do it, but if I have to do it, I'll do it. But I'd rather not do it.
There is so much trash to take out. I don't know if Trashcast will ever. And they just keep feeding them trash every day.
When he went for 10 days in a row, I was like, that's still not enough, really. Like,
yeah, it's like there's so much more to still trash, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, what's up, Jim? Thanks for being here. Eric is just a low IQ grifter from the burbs who wishes he was from the hood. Talks tough, but plays the victim whenever things get too tough for him. Only a matter of time before he plays the race card. Oh, obviously. I mean, his fans do it for him repeatedly. Successful black businessman. And it's like, wait. Y'all are pulling this shit? I thought, like, this is like a civil war. I thought we're all on, like, the same meritocracy, colorblind, yada, yada standard. But they instantly, and that's how you know, they have no sense of humor when they're getting mean. They can't take it on the chin and self-deprecate when necessary. That's a huge sign of the losers, of the wrong side. And pulling the race card, that's the other big thing. It's like when you go this diversity shit in the various factors, you're the wrong side. And yeah, just the comedy, just the humor, that's another big thing. And we've seen it for over a decade at the left. Let's go, Brand. Oh, they're saying fuck Joe Biden, obviously live in NASCAR. Like, oh, I think they're saying let's go, Brandon.
Brandon is, but let's go, Brandon.
And then like someone calls during Christmas, Joe Biden. He's like, let's go, Brandon. And Joe Biden's senile retard. He's like, let's go, Brandon. It's like he's saying fuck myself. Like, and then they're like making a big deal. How dare someone do it to the president on Christmas? You know, they just
On
can't be
Christmas, no less.
yeah, they can't just be like, well, they got us. Hey, you got us. You know, if you don't have that sensibility, like, hey, you got me. Good one on you. You know, fast one. Do better next time. You're not gonna give me it again. You know, fool me once.
Caught me off guard because it was Christmas, but you know, I'll be ready next time.
Let me see. That's just my opinion, eh? It would have been real interesting if he was real, eh? And he kept that same over the top energy while running a business. She would have been funny as fuck. Yeah,
you're
dude.
you're totally just like running over his Canadianness, you know. No, that's just my opinion, eh?
I noticed, but I'm like, I'm not gonna.
Really?
You know, he's saying, "Hey, it's like he's Canadian. He really wants me to be like, are you from Canada?" Like, you know, he wants that like kind of humble brag inquiry. Like, oh yeah, I am from. Like, I don't fucking care.
Would have been interesting if he was real, eh? At least he kept some real stuff to the top. I do more.
I'm not
going
gonna
to
feed it. Of course, Rookie feeds it. Of course.
You're running the business.
The TCEU, fucking who is in a case study on at this? Oh, the Trash Cast Extended Universe.
Yes.
Oh,
that's
good
true.
stuff. Let's continue. Let's finish this up.
Of course, some of the other books that she's in. We welcome you. We appreciate you, and we thank you for being customers of the Rippaverse. This is what it's about.
Exciting.
He's honestly apparently.
That's
a little different too. He must have he liked that clip in the beginning at least then with the kangaroo.
Let's see what this is. This will lead into the Saints and Sinners bullshit.
Oh, I heard. That's bad. That's bad. Hey, so there was an announcement yesterday morning. I totally knew what it was, by the way, the whole time. I did. Saints and Sinners, a comic anthology from the Rippaverse featuring yes. Featuring Eric July, the Saska sisters.
It's funny seeing these clips because like he's got what, like 1 million subs and with Friday Night Tights and shit, and they're like every whoa boy, let's make Asmies. I'm like, why are you fans of these retards? Like, I don't get it. Like, if you fell into like watching or drawing videos, he makes pretty good videos. He makes compelling arguments. Those are good. You know, me, a Trash Cast fan, I give the credit to Nerdrotic with his content. I think he makes good stuff. Regardless if I agree with the points, he makes points. He makes a narrative to guide you to agree. He's good with the editing team he's got. He's good with his own addressing you, the audience, to lend you to that point. So I think he's good on that. But like when he's live streaming, like George and this like yes queen, and just let's like be fake SJW. Like I don't get it. I don't get Mauler being with these retards. Like I really respect Mauler commentary. Like I checked in, not watching any of the Snow White shit from 40-year-old guys watching Snow White live action. Like, what are you, gay? To make this much content out of a little girls movie that's woke, like who cares? I'm not saying it to support the Snow White shit, but I'm just like, of all things to care about, you know, it's like the news cycle is really bad right now. Obviously, you got to keep harping on this bitch. But I check in his Mahler stream on Snow White, and it's so informative because these guys did the homework and they're comparing scene by scene to the original film and showing like maybe wouldn't appreciate it on its own watch, but in comparison, like, wow, you know, the original Snow White, you know, she's afraid at this point, then she kind of comes to, but she's still a woman. There's no fucking girl power bullshit. It's all like reasonable, and it's a good escalation of plot. All these like insight. So like Mahler is like a really good commentator.
Have made a bunch of videos. They've not done a bunch of videos or streams about Snow White prior either. That was the only one they did.
Yeah, like I you know, they were kind of on Daredevil, but I'm just like, I don't get this. But overall, like I've watched Mahler for years and I really respect his commentary. I think he's pretty good at it. I love when people are like, oh, I can't just let people like things. Well, you got to ruin it for them. It's like, well, if my discussion on the merits of a film ruins it for you, then it wasn't good.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so I've always liked that consistency. But then to see him with like the like gutter of humanity with these people, no creative bone in their body, and he like throws his hat in the ring with them. Like, obviously, it's like an easy payday. He's not got to put in the effort of infrastructure.
He considers them friends.
Right. I just don't get it, is the point. Like, given the level of thought he'll put into things, I don't get how he would see any value in these people. Maybe aside from like Nerdrotic, you know, and it's, you know, obviously there's value in networking with other YouTubers, but like, given his commentary, I feel like he's got class. So it's just always such a grating thing seeing him like repeatedly with these people, you know, and it's just always a shock. It makes no sense. No, not Sleeper. Let's add the playback a bit. There we go.
Heels versus babyface as Terrence Von Higginbottom. Mahler doxes himself with it.
Did you know you doxed yourself?
Did you know you doxed yourself, dude? I'm like, I had to look at that and go, oh yeah.
I understand how people do it. It was funny. I saw someone super chat this that they were like, if ever you've done a Streamlabs, you get his name. It's the most straightforward shit. It's like, it's not at all. Someone said like, oh, you can Google it and find it. It's like, it's easier than that. I have my email on my YouTube. You can see it right now.
Yeah.
It's not hidden, I swear.
God, there's some other person on it. Oh well, the Critical Drinker. Yeah, that's the whole lineup, right?
So, let me check.
I'm pretty sure that's the whole lineup.
And Drunk 3PO.
No, you ruined the joke. God damn it, X-Ray Girl, you bimbo.
The world is burning. Let's masturbate. People in the House of Parliament masturbate.
I really did forget him. I'm
okay. You recovered a little bit.
I feel like EVS. I feel like I just want to fucking throw my shit. Seeing this, it's like, this is funny. This is what I think of when people who like Ghostbusters or some shit. It's like that's who it's for. Is these kind of retards. I loathe you. Jesus Christ, Dad, what the fuck is that?
That's good.
I went to the site to check. I'm sorry, Jay.
I know she's not.
I got the Jades. That's why.
He does too. He's on a fast. So I just want to, if he's out there, Jay. I had some wonderful scrambled eggs made with butter, not with milk. And you make it in a pot. My son taught me how to make this.
One eternity later.
Because they have a little weighing scale at the front of the shop, and I think if you weigh over 400 pounds, you get to eat for free.
Wow. You're not living.
One eternity later.
Not when you take their pants off.
Katie dunking on them. Galaxy Series says FUN. Exactly.
Yes.
Oh, okay. He's from Australia. See, that's cool. I don't know if you came at the beginning, but I played an Australian clip of a girl feeding it's like a owl looking bird, but it's got like big cat eyes and a giant fat wide beak. I don't know what kookaburra. I don't think that's right. I think kookaburra is like the interesting nesting bird. Makes let me look at this.
One of these birds. One of these Aussie birds.
I have to know what this bird is.
Australian
birds.
Yeah, I guess so.
I have to find this. No, the kookaburra looks like a woodpecker. That's not it. I was watching some bird, I think in Australia, that does this interesting nesting ritual. It's all relying on the rain. It's like the big factor. So the argument was climate change is ruining the nesting patterns, the mating patterns of the birds. All right, so I found a picture of it, but the website was like non-existent. So that didn't help me.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe this will help. Maybe this will be it.
I'll find the picture without any of
I think it's the tawny frogmouth. That's what it was. Let me show this. It's not screen input. This is the bird.
Right.
That was it. The tawny. And that's what the video is like, this guy having his little girl feed a tawny frogmouth bird.
It's like you gotta stick it deeper in the throat so it knows it's being fed or whatever. And then its kangaroo buddy's like, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Yeah, he just looks like, what the fuck's going on? I'm hungry. What is happening? Why isn't there food in my mouth?
Yeah.
I just love the expression. Hold on. I'm gonna pull the video just so you see what the bird looks like. Oh no, what's going on with my internet? You're still there, Ricky?
Yeah, still there.
Okay, my internet was being weird for a minute. But yeah, what's up, Galaxy Stranger? Here. Oh, wait, I download it so I can show it the other way.
F is for fire that burns down the whole town.
This is the video.
All right, are you going to help? Because he's new, you have to put it in a bit deeper at the start because he doesn't know what you're trying to do. So I know how you've done it with the
the shock of this bird is like, what is going on? Yeah. He's very expressive, even though he's got like a still fucking beak, you know.
This funny little chicken heart. So when
I mean,
sorry, what you cut out?
It's like he doesn't know what to do with it. He's like, "What do you want me to do with this? Eat it?"
Yeah, it's a cute little video from Australia. So there you go, Stick
yeah.
Lad. That's for you.
He don't know shit about animals.
Anyway, let's get back to the trash. That is
Back to the trash. Provided by Katie Did.
Nerdrotic and Company. There we go.
All right, let's get into Saints and Sinners trailer.
What a segue, actually.
I've not seen this trailer.
So. Yeah.
Sorry, Eric.
From Lady Boys to Saints and Sinners.
Oh, God.
I am not the only one drawn to this place. With each passing day, more converge upon Earth. Pilgrims of fate, some already arrived. Others still walking paths they do not yet understand. This gathering intrigues me. They exist in the space between heaven and hell. Their choices now will carve the shape of their eternity. But do they truly know what they are? What forces?
The weight of restraint. If this isn't about a fat person, I'm gonna fucking lose
the name of his story or the?
It's the Eric July story. The weight of restraint.
Oh,
let me look this up. If this is a normal phrase,
is that not part of a rap or something? You know, can't feel the weight of the restraint. Do check out my tape. Bloody paint.
Science Direct, weight, restraint, cognitions, and counter-regulation from 1979. Humane restraint locking leg weight, 20 pounds each from Medic Supply. These are things when I type in weight of restraint, these are things that come up. This is after Reddit. So there's like, let me see, Reddit, subreddit HFY. Let's see what that is, what it's about. Humanity fuck yeah or fuck, I can't tell because of the color of the header. Yeah, I can't tell what the fuck this subreddit is. But yeah, weight restraint does not seem to be a common phrase. So what the AI overview, someone pointed out AI, if you just type in what meaning on anything random, it'll just like spit out like, oh yeah, that's like a common phrase meaning blankety blank. It's like no one said that actually.
I guess you know, for you can dissect anything, the weight of restraint is the burden that one must feel for holding back.
The burden for the hurting. Yeah.
What forces stir beneath their feet? while they play their part on the board.
Wait, are we getting the Larry Shungite story? That's what I've been wanting. Like, unironically, that's my favorite part of ISOM 2 and the Rippaverse entirety thus far is, oh my God, it's Larry Shungite. I love that because he just like wastes like 6 pages. This guy crying about how he deserved the title, and then it cuts to like, what does this have to do with? Like, this could have just been a quick like couple panels of like, this is on the radio. This is like what's on the TV. Then I spend pages to like establish the Texas Wrestling Federation, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Or something far more significant. Death lingers near, yet the dead do not rest. They're
Mauler on Bone God.
I'm surprised they didn't call it the Long God or something, you know, because
see, Callum Edmonds, aka Mauler. It's like, see, again, just people are complaining about Yellow Flash selling it as Yellow Flash, but it's like that's how you know them. It's stupid to give your name. It's stupid to give your name when it's like, I'm never going to publish my name when published as Black Angus, because that's how you will know about the book. It's from me being on YouTube, being in Comicsgate as Black Angus.
Yeah, I see your point. Like if PewDiePie did one as like Roger James or something, I'd be like, who? Oh,
yeah, it's like Drunk 3PO should be selling his book as Drunk 3PO, not J. David. It's who? And it's such a common name, so it doesn't have any resonance unless you're just
Mauler. As far as I can tell, Mauler's pretty unique a name for the most part. Based off Darth Maul, but Mauler. I don't know.
Oh, that's where he got it. It was for Darth Maul.
Yeah, it was like
I never knew. I thought it was gonna be some
gamer tag name that he had for Xbox or something.
Oh, okay. That makes me like him a little bit more. Small's my guy, but
whispers grow louder. Their stories.
So wait, is the context that this is all like Dokumon's observations? It's very important to catalog these random stories, including a wrestling match matters for some reason.
I have no idea. Well, that's what's annoying too. So like, I think Eric's like, the Larry Shungite stuff wasn't random. It has a purpose, but it's like, in the story of ISOM 2, it did not have purpose. In its own story, it might, sure, but I guess we'll see. I don't know.
So the log line is the very first anthology from the reverses here. Thanks to Sinners, there were 6 unforgettable stories that explore the blurred line between good and evil in a universe teeming with power, mystery, and moral complexity. With a focus on new characters, fresh talent, and bold storytelling, this collection expands Rippaverse like never before, offering both familiar faces and thrilling new introductions.
Okay, this is again really annoying because had you like spaced out some of these events throughout the year, maybe there'd be more interest, even from detractors and whatnot. Like there'd be a little bit more of like, okay, we had whatever the War of Separation as one of the main ones. ISOM 3 is going to be a main one. Yellow Flash's book's going to be a main one, and then we got this one that has a collection of YouTubers making one, and then it's like, okay, that's at least a few stories that are like those are the bangers to definitely look forward to. But by this point, he's done over like 10 books, and this is a collection of stories in one book. And it's like, and he's done like a re-release, re-edited version of ISOM and Yaira and whatever, and out or something, right? And it's like, I don't know. I want to give it. Maybe I want to see what Mauler can make, but I don't really want to give more money at this point. Like that's,
So, okay, this is the first one I've seen. I've been behind covering Rippa shit, but this one, Milestones, hits 5,000 books, hardcover added. Wait.
Wow.
At 5,000, we're adding a brand new hardcover edition. So you're still going to have to you don't get this. You have to buy it separately.
Oh my God. It's the opposite of what the point is.
I thought he was going to pull a Comicsgate here and upgrade, but no. You can also buy the other version if we hit this number. $350,000 cover reveals. We'll reveal the covers for 3 upcoming Rippaverse titles: Norfolka, Glorious Death, the Black Guy Club. Not the Black Guy Club, but the Black Eye Club and the Cursed.
The Black Guy Club sounds better than the Black Eye Club because that's like that pronunciation just does not roll off the tongue at all. Honestly.
250,000. A concept book will be added by Marcos Rios. Get a behind the scenes look at the characters' visual development of Saints and Sinners. 500,000. A new title announcement. A brand new title. A brand new story. Be the first to hear what's coming next. So if you give me this much money, I'll tell you something else I am doing that you can buy later. These are not perks. It's not milestones.
That was actually one of the benefits. That's like one of the benefits that crowdfunding offers is like it incentivizes people to buy whatever stuff or to maybe pay a little bit more for something so that.
But yeah, give me to this goal so I can upgrade your purchase. Everyone that backs, if I get to this point, gets extra stuff or better versions of what they already paid for. Because now I can fund a better premium edition.
Yes.
De facto, not hey, if we hit this, I'll let you buy more stuff. Just that should be on the campaign.
Yeah.
But it's funny because the last part says Saints and Sinners is a celebration of everything that makes the Rippaverse distinct. Listen here.
No idea.
Morally complex characters.
Is that implying that the characters prior to this were not morally complex?
No, it's saying the Rippaverse is distinct from other comics because theirs is morally complex. They also have divine inspiration and storytelling that dares to go deeper. Hey, what are Isam's powers? We're still asking this like 3 years later.
Can't answer these questions. Can't answer any questions.
Whether you're a long-time fan,
how can you go deep into a character if you can't tell us anything about them? Like,
listen, whether you're a long-time fan or new to the universe, see, this should be, hey, whether you've already been reading with us for like however you want to truncate that, whether you've been reading from the start or you're new here, this anthology is your gateway to the ever-expanding world of the Rippaverse. Jesus Christ.
I don't know. You see, and this is the thing too. Like, if you have all these ideas and all these plans and all these books you wanted to make, and you did, that's great. But like, wouldn't it work better still to have them spread out a little bit more? Especially if you've only been around for like 2 years, you have however many books. But now, if you're a new person and you come here, it's like, I don't know.
Well, it's funny when you go to the buy page for the collection. The first thing is the Dokumon card deck number 5, $85.
Thank God.
And then the next thing is the Dokumon shirt. And then the third thing is I Want It All, $270 for 5 different covers, the Dokumon set, the shirt, and the poster. So wait, let's do some math here. Let's see if we're actually getting a deal at all, or how slim it is.
Does this even come with like a bookmark?
Let's see. All right, so I Want It All is 270. So let's add up what the individual things are together to see what. All right, so the I Want It All has got the number 5, so that's 85 plus $32 shirt plus the poster is 25. Let's see what else is here. I gotta look at the different prices of the covers. All right, so cover A is 35. Cover B is 35. Cover C is 35. Cover D is 35. Ah, fuck. I accidentally exited out my calculator. I gotta do this all again. Now I'm gonna starve. All right, 35 times 4 plus 26 for the mass print or whatever. All right, plus 85 for the Dokumon, plus 32. Plus 25. So you save $25 if you get the I Want It All. Well, $38. So you save 10%. Like if you get it all, you should save like 20 plus, in my opinion, if you're getting the mass bundle. Come on. That's just funny. What's up, Galaxy? Calling the cops around instead of just confronting him is really starting to weigh on him. We're reading that. We're reading it Canadian. Yeah, the full page spread of Shungite. That was amazing. None of it made sense. Dude, I love Larry Shungite. I want the Larry Shungite story. So yeah, you can save about 10% if you buy it all instead of individually.
Deeds once buried in shadow, now strayed from the light. These saints, these sinners, they are unlike any I've seen. Complex, flawed, powerful. Some barely cling to their soul.
Who's that guy?
Others shine so brightly, I dare not look away. They have been chosen for what lies ahead. And nothing.
See, that's what's weird too, is he's Mahler's doxing himself. I mean, supposedly he's done it already, but he's, fully doxes off his name, but he's still using his picture of Mahler. So it's like, what was the point of doxing your name to the widespread? Like
games.
Like Drunk 3PO, he's like, I'm Jay David, he's got his picture. When it should just be Drunk 3PO, and you see his like YouTube icon. It's like, oh, I know that. I've seen it on YouTube. I've seen it on Twitter,
Yeah, it's one of those things, I guess, where there's just more names on screen now, so it's just more unnecessary.
Yeah, well, it's funny too, because when you go to the Saints and Sinners, it's the like logline page, whatever. It says written by Hill versus Babyface, Jay David, Eric July, Callum Edmonds, the Saska Sisters, and Will Jordan. Parentheses, aka the Critical Drinker. So Critical Drinker is worth stating his YouTube name to still sell it, even though he's already made his shitty TV concept, whatever, not movie now.
Yeah.
It's like he's got all these books, but no one knows him as Will Jordan. Everyone knows him as Critical Drinker. So he's still pitching him as that. So that's what I'm talking about. It's weird.
The Saska Sisters, like, did they have their names there, or is it just the Saska Sisters?
I mean, that's how they're known, though.
Well, I know, but I guess that's what I'm saying. It would make more sense, to have it be the Saska Sisters instead of Jen and Sylvia or whatever.
Yeah,
I think that's their names.
In this world or the next, will ever be the same. I must watch them. For within this fractured group lies the thread to a mystery far greater than they can fathom. And soon, it will unravel.
See, like, what is this anthology? But like the point of an anthology is like, hey, this is, you can go two ways, I guess. You could just tell, like, I read this anthology series of like the concept was like the end. It's like one story is like the end of a marriage, but it ended up becoming like this sci-fi idea where like the divorce, they're like sentenced. They both are kind of like sentenced to this eternity of fighting in the sci-fi world. Yeah, so you'd have an anthology where like none of the stories are related in the same universe, but they're related in concept. Or, of course, you do an anthology where it's like, hey, these are random stories in Marvel, in DC, in Dark Horse, interconnected.
That makes me think of Black Mirror, how like a lot of the episodes we watched, I don't know if this is how the whole show is, but the episodes we watched, a lot of it had to do with like virtual reality / like,
future sci-fi
simulation sci-fi stuff, where a guy and his friend go into a video game and plays characters that fuck, and then there's a one where this dude like clones your consciousness, puts it in a Star Trek thing, and he controls that universe. And There's another one where this dude is hired to do a thing. He has his phone on, fucks up his the simulation of like a horror scenario, and then he died apparently like pretty much right there when it happened, or got himself in a coma. And then the one with the teddy bear and getting like the other chick's consciousness, his wife's consciousness in his head or something like that seems like kind of what you're talking about, right? Like same.
Yeah, that's an anthology
sort of
film
concept,
series. Twilight Zone is kind of I've not watched enough of the old Twilight Zone to know, but I assume maybe a few stories interconnect or they retread, my guess. But it is an anthology series of like random stories that are all kind of like spooky, mysterious sci-fi,
Yeah.
Or
I
you
guess
do one.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, or you do one where it's like, hey, these are all random stories in the same world, and maybe they'll converge together at some point. But it's like, this is Dokumon just chronicling random people in the Rippaverse or new people we don't know about in the reverse. And it's like none of the books have really connected already, besides Alpha Core and Yaira, sort of. And Alpha Core's anti-Som, but they don't really connect. There's no like foundation of like significance.
Horseman has what's his face pick him up at the end.
Braxwell, our favorite.
Or no, Solari does, I think. Or
Braxwell and Solari pop up to fight the Nazi bikers.
Right. But it's like, okay, I guess that's there.
Yeah, like nothing of substance of like, wow, what will be the fallout of the situation the next book we get where they face each other. There's none of that thus far. It's like, hey, Yaira, we told you to not come back. Now we're going to get you. And then
we never follow up on that.
Never really follow up on that. It's like she kind of mocks him kissing him. It's kind of a Catwoman Batman thing there, film wise, like the Batman Returns, but it just like, what you really were after her, and talking to the news about, we will get you, Yaira, and then it's just like, oh, whatever. Not gonna follow up on that at all.
No, because now they got Stefania, so they got their own Yaira.
It's just, like, what is this? It's just, hey, this is more crap that we can pivot and not actually connect at all. If it doesn't resonate or people don't like that guy, you just forget it.
I'm the one-shot horseman, and then
what this is
one.
Like characters. I'm not sure how much they do this now, but like I think Journey into Mystery and Marvel Spotlight were series that a lot of characters have origins in as concepts in Marvel. Like the first Ghost Rider is, I think, Marvel Spotlight number 5, I think, from 71. And so like they give him a run for like 4 or 5 issues, and then he got his solo series, and then he became, standard. I want to say Doctor Strange probably had the same history. Amazing Fantasy 15, Spider-Man pops up, then he gets his own series later on. So this has been a tried and true formula. So this is what Eric's doing. He's just throwing shit at the wall, seeing what sticks, seeing what YouTubers might get a following for his company.
Like I guess I don't know what the purpose of an anthology would be for his stuff.
It's desperation.
I guess if I were him, I'd make it, or okay, this is what happens with Jasmine. This is what happens with whatever characters we lost track of. It's like, okay, Larry Shungite. Here's his.
We need the Jasmine origin story.
Shanaran.
We need to know what she was interning as at Projexus with Altona.
Yeah.
We need the Darren Fontano origin. That's what we need. We need to see them being friends in high school, even though he's hated them his whole life, actually.
Yeah. But when you see some of his legally and then not so much.
Yeah. I fucking love their first, because it's such dog shit. Let's see. In case you're the chat. None of it made sense. Yeah. This is all tell me, don't show me. Exactly. Az was jacking off about Chuck Dixon Alpha Core the other day. Jesus Christ. Oh, Chuck Dixon posted something. It's literally a book he's putting out. It's like a new issue of Something Big. And then John Del Rose is like, I can't wait for this or something. So it's like John Del Rose cannot wait for Something Big. Yeah. What a homo. Oh man.
Yeah. I already got all that. I got the all-in-one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got the cards with that.
I did get. I got two of them,
Yeah.
so I can do a giveaway too. So we'll do a giveaway of an all-in-one.
Oh man, it gave me rippaverse. Can I send it back? Can you give me something else?
I was kind of hoping they were maybe gonna be like, maybe they will because there's still half the video left. Like, okay, so brief summary of like what you can expect. Brief pitch to watch. That you should read the anthology for my story. Talking about this character doing something like this, and then this happens. We'll see, and then you got to read it to find out what else happens.
It's like we still don't know anything about Dokkan and why he's watching and chronicling people. Is he a bad guy? Because he's kind of pitched visually as a spooky ghoul, Grim Reaper looking fuck. So you assume he's a bad guy the way they've.
Well, he's probably
aesthetically made him.
So he's good at being alone. I don't know.
And so it's like, how does this connect with the Rippaverse that we've read?
No idea.
But yeah.
Yep.
Here they
And
are.
look at this. Damn.
$89,000 one day.
No, you need to refresh that. It's on 98,000.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh, I refreshed. It didn't work.
Wait, isn't that an example of compared to Yellow Flash's one? Yeah.
Oh, I got it. 2,731 books sold. $98,108.
Wow.
In a day.
Destroying the Golden
There's
Patriot.
different packages you can buy.
Good job, Yellow Flash. You lose to an anthology of dog shit thrown at the wall. Random people, YouTubers.
Well, it's like
there's
Mahler's
cards.
audience will buy it because they want to see something that Mahler wrote.
Yeah.
That's
I'm gonna fucking laugh. Hey, by the way, it's my birthday. I don't know if I put that in the chat, but yeah. So feel free to super chat me so I can buy this shit, because money's tight. I can't keep buying all this rippish shit on my own. So if you want me to review this stuff, you gotta start helping me and Ricky out to buy this crap. I do love reading this stuff, but it's just coming out way too much too quick. So it just need 20. Well, with the shipping, you need like $35 to afford the shipping and the book. So feel free to super chat, fuckers. Freeloaders. None of these niggas could be bothered or bold enough to make their own comic despite the size of their audiences. Lol. It's
I don't think most of them want to make comics, honestly. They don't
it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I just said of like they're just freeloading on an easy paycheck. They're gonna get whatever their cut is, and they don't have to put any effort. Like Eric's already done it, and so it's just like, yeah, we'll cash in on Eric while he's still a commodity of some kind. Get it. The Saints has a halo because they're saints. Oh, and Sinners, well, it's red and blue. Red versus blue, good versus evil, soft edges versus jagged edge, pee, poop versus poo. I don't know. Yaira will mate with Larry Shungite to make the super baby or whatever. What's is funny is like, they got this like interest with Yaira and Brian Solari, but then it seems, especially a lot of the fan art, they're really hoping for a race mix couple of Isom and Yaira, but I thought that's woke, so it's like
when Yaira was choking Isom, they probably want to have a recreation of that, but they have to have a lot of cars to drop on too.
What's up, Skullface? I see a bald screaming man child on the video. Yeah, it's fucking ass. Although I am bald, not ashamed of it, but it is a fact. Black Eye Club is like an occult secret society initiation ritual thing. Huh. Fuck, how do I say this? Cicadasonic. Okay. Just trying to make sure I didn't fuck that up.
Yeah, and then Katie's in the chat as well. What's up?
Yeah, I was getting to Katie. What's up? You want the link, Katie? I don't know if you're up late or if you got work in the morning, but I'll send you a link regardless. Fuck you.
Appreciate the editing to try to help us through these.
Yeah. One eternity later. That was great.
That was good.
Great little dunk. Let me go to the messages. Find the old Katester.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if they actually have people that have read each book that they've made and like care. I don't know. It's just one of those things where they do so many now. It's just literally like that's just I don't have money for that. That's just not gonna be a thing. I'd rather.
It's funny looking at this chat with Katie because I forgot last time I streamed with her. I sent her this meme of. Let me show you. I don't want to ruin it. Let me show you, Ricky. You'll love this. It's great every time. But Your Honor, babies kick pregnant women all the time. That is a lawyer. I love it. That is perfect.
It is true. That's not untrue. So technically.
Oh, that is great. Okay, we get back to this dog shit.
Yeah, still the video, huh? Yeah.
Wait, I did fuck it. What are you talking about, scummy woman? Let me see this chat. Interracial couples is kind of woke. I'm mixed. I am not against it, but I definitely frown upon it because obviously, like, you put your kids in a position to have to pick an identity or be identityless, and you can argue. Obviously, there might be some hands at play manipulating, trying to push us that way artificially. Won't say what tribe and what region of the world they're from, but no, race mixing's fine. But most of human history, we've like collectivized in groups that have been racially based. We even fight among our races with subdivisions. Look at Africa with some of their civil wars and genocides, where it's like you're talking about like gradients of difference, tribal, Indians in America, great examples. Europe, what's really the difference in Germans and French people, really? You got like the Netherlands, Dutch area, it's kind of weird mixed divide, but ultimately they're all the same, besides maybe language, ultimately, probably from the same genetic tree. But we bifurcate, for various reasons. Sometimes it's just regional, natural boundaries like mountains. Like Hinduism, for example, it's kind of always just stuck in India, and it kind of makes sense geographically with the mountain chains that border the top. The Italian people in their history, the Latins being stuck in Italy before industry gave them the ability to start branching out into Gaul, the Romans. We find these natural divisions. A lot of times it is racial. And so I would promote caution with race mixing, but not against it necessarily. But yeah, it's like it seems generally through human history we kind of make these divisions for a reason, or they make reasons to stay in the divisions. So you're creating possible conflict for family interactions, societal interactions. So it's best to say in your extended racial family. But Rome's example of like we can work past that. America in some way, even though we're still very much tied to our racial heritages, because we haven't defined what American is, so we're kind of stuck with the race being the default. But you've got places like Puerto Rico and or Cuba, a lot of these like Latin areas, they don't really care about race, it's class. But yeah, we always had divisions, but race seems to be a common historical dividing line. Love it or hate it, it's just a reality. And at least in modernity right now, maybe it's growing pains, but it seems these racial hangups kind of are there for a reason. It really indicates a lineage and temperament. We have these stereotypes for different races for a reason, even within like whites or within blacks, depending what region you're from. Oh, you're a black Alabaman, you're a black Baltimore, whatever. Oh, you're a American Indian from Northwest versus American Indian from fucking Florida, like very big differences temperamentally, and you see like a genetic heritage that's not just phenotypical but like temperament. So yeah, it's not necessarily woke, but yeah, there's definitely a woke agenda to race mix to make us all goobacks like South Park. Long term, could that be a benefit to break down a lot of barriers? Maybe, but artificially manipulating it to be so versus our own will to do so, I think that's really the dividing factor there. You brown upon it. Good one, Scummy. I'm glad Hinduism didn't stay in India because yoga pants. Yeah, I think it's a very evil agenda. Yeah, there is an agenda definitely to race mix artificially to influence. You see it in the advertising, you see it in pornography, and so on. So yeah, definitely an agenda. I agree to that. But being mixed race, like that's what it makes it weird for me being race mixed, because I don't have a team. It's just I usually fall white because that's my temperament. I was raised with my white mom and she got remarried to a white guy. My dad kind of isolated himself from his black family, so I didn't really have interaction with them until I was like 12. So I don't have a connection. So it's kind of like decided for me to be essentially white. But it's like black people will know I'm mixed, and then they think I'm in the clique, like in Key and Peele skits, where it's like the other black guy starts working at the company and he does like these signals, and the new black guy is normal. He's like, what are you doing? Like, and that's how I feel. It's like, no, I don't do this black shit. I'm not a collectivist. I just go with the flow. Are you cool or not? And so, yeah, I'm kind of robbed of a racial heritage. Is that good or bad? Maybe it's progress. I don't know. That's just my view on it. Their end goal is what makes it evil, not individuals intermixing the overall agenda and end game they desire. Culturally, why? Yeah. No, I joke that I'm like spiritually 100% Aryan. I really don't resonate with. A common thing I say is like black music died in 1980. So I love classic black music. I love Motown, love Ray Charles, love Bo Diddley. Not really Bo Diddley. I appreciate his influence on ZZ Top and AC/DC, but yeah, John Lee Hooker, love that shit. And then around 1980, kind of matched up politically with like Reagan against the Black Panthers and stuff. They became the Crips and Bloods. Latin Kings became like all these gangs. That's really where you see colored culture really die and become trash. Not to say there's not hits. I like 50 Cent. I love Kanye West, but generally speaking, I don't resonate at all with those cultures today. And I think they're a far cry from what our grandparents, great grandparents wanted with civil rights. That's a little insight into my worldview. Thanks to Yaira and Isom being a potential mixed race couple. I'm pretty fascistic about funk. Huh. Angus is white on the inside. No, I'm black and white and a little bit of American Indian. Ricky, though, is a Euro mutt. Germanic, Nordic, Irish. Right? Irish?
And Swedish.
Oh, yeah, Nordic. Yeah, so like Germano, Nordic. I think Nords are considered Germanic.
Like as white as you can be with maybe like a 0.5% of like some type of Asian or indigenous something.
What do you mean? Wait, what are you saying? How to, Scummy Wummy? I like these sidebars in between the content. Appreciate y'all being here, by the way.
I was trying not to zone out.
Let's continue. I'll catch up with y'all in a bit.
Yeah.
Shirt, different covers.
Yeah, Morley, myself, Drinker, and Jay. we all have a cover specific to our stories. So cover A is mine, cover B is Mauler's, cover C is Drinkers, and cover D is Jay's. And then we have a fifth book, a fifth cover, and that fifth cover is a mix of all the characters from our stories appearing on the one. So pick your favorite cover, or if you're you limit flush and you fancy get them all, or just get your favorites, whichever you want. But yeah, 5 covers. If we hit certain stretch goals, if we hit 5,000 books sold, then a hardcover will come in, and that will have artwork from the stories by the Soska sisters who put this together. So big ups to the Soska sisters and Eric Kalai as well. And then we got a couple of other perks as well if we hit these stretch goals. So yeah, very, very
put more perks where we can have the option to buy more things.
Brilliant.
Link is in the description, as well as I'm sure the mods are throwing in the links in the chat.
Yeah, let's hit.
Wait, so Scummy want me to clarify. I'm saying how to your Native American side. Well, I mean, most Americans have a smidge of Native. I'm registered in the Cherokee Nation, but I'm also Choctaw. But Choctaws historically looked really black, I guess. So my family, when they registered, they didn't want to register as Choctaw because that was like being an N-word back then. So Cherokee was pretty seamless. That was like a more of a white, and they are kind of like a more white Indian in America. And they're the first, they're more prone to integrating, to assimilating to the European ways. They're the first people that got the written language as Indians. So various factors why they would claim Cherokee over Choctaw. But yeah, I'm not sure about the black side, if there's if or what Indian they are, because my black family, at least back to my grandparents, I know is from Kentucky, Ohio. My dad was born in Philly, but that was because his dad was in the Navy. So I don't know if any further ties back to like the East Coast, but I know they probably have some Indian and or white. I know black people in general America are like 20% white on average. Their genetics probably from slave race mixing, like Thomas Jefferson. But that's the extent I know of my lineage. But yeah, I'm generally speaking 50-50 white black with a smidge Indian.
Never done anything with an Indian before, like a like a Hindu Indian with like a American Indian, looking at a hybrid super Indian or something.
That would be interesting. I don't know what. Let me look what that would look like.
I don't know. That just sort of made me think of that, but I don't know.
Indian mix.
He says, I mean, how? As in the traditional greeting that I learned from TV Indians. How? That's what he's saying.
Huh. So what I'm seeing, like a lot of like the big eyebrows, features of India, dot Indians. Looks like that seems to take prominence in the facial features of Indian mixing. I only say Native American to clarify the distinction.
Yeah, we'd have to clarify that.
But I just say Indian. It's the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I'm from the Cherokee, the Indian Nation, the Cherokee Indian Nation, not from Native American, yada yada.
Yeah.
I too am a half caste, just an extremely light skinned, fair looking one. Wait, so you're like Aboriginal? Let me know, sick lad. I mean, how is this special greeting? Yeah, have you done stuff with Indians? What's the pussy game like? I don't know. I just go for white girls. I had a few black girls, but
when I read that very white, like a video game. Like, have you played the pussy video game?
So, like, how's the pussy game lately?
It's the pussy game. Like, I don't know.
I was listening to Nick Fuente's stream from last night
It's
at work.
Clitoris level, you know.
And he's talking about dieting, and he's like, "Yeah, I plugged into Chat GPT, low carb, high protein diet DoorDash options. And he's like, I'm in this group chat and I'm about to like text this stuff like, yeah, there's a lot of great options. There's like great options. What am I, a faggot? Like, it's like, who talks like this?
There's a lot of great options here. It's all pretty good. It's pretty nice. It's good. Seasoning, just total bullshit talk.
It's like, it's so white. I love it.
Yep.
There's a great package here with so many great options.
Yes.
Let's hit 100K on the stream chat, please. That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing.
The launch stream was really funny because I think Jay felt the same way as almost all of us, being like, "Wait, can I say what am I allowed to say?" You sort of swirl out a little bit.
Oh wait, who's in here with us?
He has
hey,
Hey, I probably sound like absolute dog shit, don't I?
Yeah, a little splintery. Yeah.
Hold on.
Technical difficulties, chat. Bear with us.
Oh, they're used to that by now.
A white woman is speaking.
Can you hear me
Listen
now?
And learn. Yeah, we hear you. we heard you. It's just you're a little splintery, but that's probably just your phone connection.
Yeah, well, honestly, I can hear myself. Oh, fuck. God bless it. I'm so sorry. Hold on. God damn it.
I see your chat's coming. I'll get to it in a moment.
While he's fixing that, we can answer that question.
Okay, yeah. Scummy says, look, I'm just asking if Native American chicks have good pussy. IDK out how else to ask it because I'm like you guys, I'm a proper actual white person. Rookie's actually white.
Hey, I'm
what are
like
you
a
talking about?
super white. I'm a super white person. Like I'm proud. Like I'm not saying anything, but surely
I'm white and I am
They-
proud. I am
they
white
would
and
have
I
been
am
fine
proud.
with me. Okay, like I'm very white. I'm what one would call pure.
He's like, here, listen, guy. I'm white. Okay? You're just gonna have to deal with it.
When I read I Saw One, I read
Oh,
you
fuck.
must be on one, and I was very confused that the sentence was ended at
Yeah,
that point.
Rookie was stuck on that for like 5 minutes. Like, you must be on my Rookie. It's black. Okay, you must be really on one. And Rookie's just stuck like on one what? And I'm like trying to break down, trying to translate black, and me being effectively white myself.
Don't translate the spatial difference.
It was tough.
All right. How do I sound now?
Yeah, you
Do
sound
I still sound like absolute dog shit?
But we can still understand you, though.
We
so that's
understand you.
good.
Just,
we
just
can
carry on. Just
understand.
don't think about it.
Yep.
Is it no? If it's that fucking bad, I don't want to be on here and make it hard for everybody to hear me.
No, you just
I mean,
making excuses because I'm black. I get it. It's okay.
Damn it! Hold on. Let me try something else here.
White
Like
man,
even though it
what are you
sounds like
talking about?
technical difficulties, it's still understandable enough. Like it's not as bad as a lot of other glitches or
Scummy
technical
Wummy
stuff.
fucking hates it. Scummy Wummy's like women and animals and children hate you, Katie.
Okay, I'm just gonna stick with this. Is it just where I'm choppy?
Yeah, it's just a little choppy, but we can still understand you perfectly.
Oh, okay. All right. No, I'm out driving to the gas station. I'm going to a Sheetz. I'm hungry.
Oh, you're gonna talk to the cops like Eric? Mean at a gas station?
Yeah. I'm being harassed by Edwin Boyette. He struck my channel, and I feel like it's a stalker.
Oh man, I wish you were here during when War Campaign was part of Comicsgate because that was fun. The fudge, Edwin Boy was melting down about you don't have to talk about fudge. He was so
What
irate.
is with the fudge? What the fuck is the fudge about?
So War Campaign used to be a fun stream. It was like Bad Boys, and they were big promoters of comics and Comicsgate, have all sorts of guests, but it was like a clown show. And if you didn't like gel with the comedy and roll with the punches and them like, you know, dunking on you in some way, you know, they would, you know, a lot of times it would be kind of like Mike Miller type situations where someone would go on a war campaign to promote and then they'd get clowned on in some way and then they'd get butt hurt and then it'd become anti-CG. And so war campaign was like this great shock troop. I was part of like meming slightly toward the end. But yeah, it was fun streams, and Ro Kabir was a funny fuck. Yeah, they would talk about fudge, you know, because the whole thing was like, we're Spartan gay, you know, that was like a big meme, and they dildo meme people that would trigger people. It's like this dumbest shit. And yeah, and so the fudge was like, you know, gay or whatever, and so everyone was triggered by that, and that's where the fudge came from.
Fudge has to stop. This must end.
Like, so irate about it. Talk about fudge.
We're adults. We can't talk about
on my account.
comic books.
Let me find it.
Well, you know what people are saying was, it can't be Edwin, even though he admitted it on Twitter, but it can't be. It's the AI and YouTube that pick up the F word. That's what it was. And I was like, I have so many clips of people saying fag, like, or faggot. That,
great. Now you're gonna kill my channel.
I'm cursing. I curse everyone. But it was like 6 minutes in the clip. So, but like, I'm like, hey, I didn't trigger it. Just someone complained about it, and they went to look, and it just so happened to have it because I have it on so many of my other clips. Like, it's not. It has nothing to do with that. And he admitted it to it. So.
Yeah, so this is the Edwin clip from I think it's an EVS stream.
If you guys
Let's see this.
about this and stop talking about fudge, stop talking about sewing.
Come on, fudge.
Wait
bro.
a
We can't
minute.
talk about fudge. Come on.
Stop spinning. Talk like normal human beings for a minute. Because when you're joking and you're laughing and you're minimizing and you're putting on this show and you're acting like personas, all of this sounds disingenuous. I'm going to be honest with you guys. The fans don't need you. If this stuff continues, fans should lock their wallets because we don't need this.
I have not been disingenuous.
Stop your memes. I don't want to hear about soy, fudge, or jokes.
Right, bro. You want to?
This is the meme police.
Talk like a regular person. Talk like a regular human person.
You know what? I'm going to have a talk with the memers. They are. Manisex, I'm looking at you, brother. There's a guy, Manisex. He's
a top-notch memer.
Yeah, but we got to be better, brother.
All right, let me read these super chat.
This was during the stream. The context of the stream. I think this was like this was the meeting. Like
who did the one with the Magnum PI thing?
That was funny shit. Yeah.
That was funny. That doesn't bother anybody.
That was funny. I am rarely offended on my own behalf. But when you're going after women, when you're going after people, when you've got your crew going into Facebook, when you're sending coded messages to people so that they know you're alerting them that you have their personal information, it's scummy. Cut it out.
And
stop minimizing.
Really?
Stop.
Never
All you got to do is say, we're sorry. We're sorry if we made anybody feel afraid. We're sorry. You don't have to tell any jokes. You don't have to tell about fudge. I'm telling you, fans.
What is this
fans?
thing?
Fans. These people are going to be
fudge,
tormenting you. You should shut your wallets. You never have to accept bullying, abuse, or harassment from anybody.
We're trying
if
to
we're going to make a joke about it, you should lock your wallets down.
Edwin, this is about fudge, brother. It's about fudge, man.
That is correct.
That is so funny. Oh, it's not right to attack women. Oh, it's not right to have personal information and threat. Wow. Wow, Edwin, you son of a fucking bitch. Look at you being such a fucking hypocrite. What happened to you? Did you get a dildo stuck up your fucking ass and you became a faggot after that? Scary. I'm talking about the cigarette, YouTube. I'm talking about the cigarette. He's become a cigarette.
Oh, no, I wasn't. No, sorry. I'm just checking up on a chat got a not safe for work artist sending me doodles. It's like, holy fuck, these are amazing. I sent him this clip of Nicki Minaj shaking her titties, and like, oh, now I know my inspiration for doodling tonight. And I'm like, sweet. He sent it. I'm like, fuck, this is amazing. Why is this guy not getting hired everywhere? He's a fucking great doodler.
I'm surprised you haven't seen that clip of Edwin. That's like one of the most popular ones of him.
Classic horror camp. That was like right before the fall of Rome. That's like the last.
No, that is the first time I am seeing it.
Yep, he was
I
very
believe,
adamant that people
because
stop
I
joking.
retweeted a clip that it wasn't this one, it was something else that I retweeted. I don't think it was this one. But that's interesting. That is fucking interesting. Wow, what a fucking hypocrite. Like, jeez, dude.
Yeah.
What a hypocrite. It doesn't it blow your mind, you know? Like, what happened to like morals and free speech and like not getting your feelings hurt? Like, if he was so offended by what Shane and John said, then that should have been you take it up to them. Why are you gonna come to me? Because it makes you look stupid. Like, it's fuck him. It's fucking faggot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they like clip channels for this part because they show a lot of things like that.
Well, nobody. A lot of people don't like it. Like, honestly, I've been in talks with a big clipper, like a person that's has a huge clip channel, and I mean, they tell me this shit happens to them all the time. Like, it's like, yeah, people think that it's like, oh, it's easy content. It takes no effort, but man, you are taking a huge risk. Not only do they come after your channel, but they come after you personally. Like, it could be easy, but man, there's a pros and cons to it, and you have to be prepped for that.
I mean, I give you props, especially because you live stream yourself. You listen to a bunch of live streams. You got to clip them. You got to do some editing with it, download them. There's a lot more to the process than just clip it, post it.
Right.
Yeah. You gotta figure out. You gotta figure out the spin with just the title. That changes the whole context.
Yeah, I have someone helping me with my titles because I was getting to the point where I was going brain fart.
If you get stuck, use Grok. That's a good tool as well.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I use Grok all the time. Like, here's a recent source. Cause I was watching the Planet Earth 3 on HBO Max. Let me see. I was just asking it a recipe for ramen and beef. Let me see. I got my history. So you can get rid of that one. Motherfucker. Okay, I was like, how do they film wildlife shows? And they're like, filming wildlife shows is a complex process that combines specialized equipment, skilled crews, and strategic planning to capture animals in their natural habitats while minimizing disturbance. Here's a concise overview of how it's done, and it gives me all these points with like one, and it's got like 3 points for each thing. So you can get a lot of information from Grok. It's a great search engine.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, I pulled up to the gas station. I'll be right back. Okay. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're fine. Sorry, what?
So did we have more of the video to watch, or was that it?
Yeah. But I was showing Katie that since like she popped up.
No, I know. I was just saying.
I didn't forget.
Or of the.
I forget zeros often, but
I don't remember if we finished that video or not because we jumped around a little bit to different videos.
It's like, I can say this. Yes, I can say this. Good.
So they have to deal with NDAs, of course. Again, with everything. So,
member of Alpha Corps, she's going on her first solo adventure, and
so that tells you right there that with Mahler's concern. He's like, he and Ryan want to talk about the stuff, but they don't know what they can say about it. Probably because they had to sign NDAs and they don't want to step over the NDA. So they just kind of probably choose to not really say anything about it. It's just like, hey, get it while you can, because I can't say anything.
To say, which I decided just not to say, the cover, I think, shows that things don't go quite according to plan for her in this story. So I think I want to kind of like leave it there. Maury,
Wait.
Gonna
So
explain your...
when you have a story, things should just... I mean, things typically don't go to plan. That's usually what happens. So the story is usually the fallout of it not going to plan. So obviously.
These people.
Just like that's the very he just said like the minimalist type of thing of any description of the story. He's like, well, she's going to do things and things don't quite go
These
to plan.
people complain when there is like an Easter egg to get you excited for the next Marvel movie, where it's like, oh, the whole movie's just about the Easter egg for the next thing. Like that's their classic complaint. And
yeah, I guess I would
be better.
I guess I would just assume that they could say a little bit of something like about the character or about the setting, about the story, anything. Or can they say what day of the week it's on? Is that too? Is that under the NDA?
Hold on, I gotta reply to someone's trying to mock me.
What?
I commented on the Rogue Elements video like a month ago. I said post-mortem because it's DOA.
Oh, for the
about his post-mortem or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like, LOL, guy with the massively filled channel being jealous again. What a shock. Maybe one of these days you'll get 4-digit views. And I said, leave the million sub channel alone.
Well, it's like, so if you don't have a YouTube channel and then you comment, is it like, what's the response there? What does it matter? What does
you got me.
Matter?
You got me.
Uh-huh.
It's like, dude, like probably 99% of channels have never gotten 1,000 views on a video.
Yeah,
like,
so it is weird to be like, well, you don't have that. So
it's like, do you realize like how much it is luck, how much of it is access, how much of it is you're the first, you set the tone by being the first people to do it, and so you just build off of that rapport, so then people feel content, so they're not looking elsewhere, and so you got to work uphill. Like that's just the reality. Consistency. Most people have, like, I have a real job in a factory. I showed you a video what I fucking do at my factory. It's awful.
Yeah.
It's like a fucking soul crushing in some ways, being a normal worker, so it's like, yeah, I can't just like crank out videos every day and say woke all the time. Like when I say something, I want to have some sort of merit, even if it's just off the cuff rambling. I don't want to just say easy picking, get me views. I want to like be honest, because I value art. I think lying about art it's kind of like the worst sin to me, because like if you're lying about expressions of humanity and quandaries and inquiries of experience through art, what else would you lie about? It's like it underpins anything else, Art is how we express ourselves. Art is how we preserve ourselves, our history, laws and whatever too. But that's like a big thing. It's like, what is it all for? What's this government for? It's like to maintain society, to permeate society. And so the time capsules are art. And then if you want to comment and lie about it to make money, you're scum. You are a parasite. So I have no respect for these people. And I don't respect the retards that follow them blindly. Maybe you can break out of it and wake up and become like a Trash Cast fan or anything like that. Your movie sucks, whatever. But yeah, it's weird captured audience need for confirmation bias shit. It's like, I don't ever want to appeal to retards like that. I'd rather get no views and have some sense of integrity to something, don't know. I guess Katie's still shopping, so.
I mean, the streamlined way to explain mine is a intrepid group of explorers, for reasons that will become clear in the story, are looking deep into a temple of sorts, and they're gonna maybe come across some some warnings, some clues as to what they're involved in, and well, who knows what'll happen the further they go.
Now, I will say this, and I don't think I'm speaking out loud. By the way,
has ever sold about their story. Oh my
That's
god,
not a good pitch either. It's just
that's him trying to use the minimalist description because of the NDA.
No, I get it. It's just like this is maybe the best detail we've gotten before, and it's still shit.
It's still vague, but that is the most detailed. It's like a group of people. Okay, that's one thing. You're gonna explore something. That's another. The reasons are gonna be unraveled as they go with clues or something, and that's about all you can say. Like that's him just wanting to say more to it, obviously. But there you go. That's an idea. That's an idea.
It's a fucking headache.
I've seen bits of Morty's story, and it's looking like it's going to be fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the one I've seen an itsy bitsy one thing from, which is very cool.
It's looking. I would legit get excited. I would legit get excited.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be out. Of
Unlike the other stories, that
wouldn't Drunk 3POs and Drinkers be considered to be the better ones because they have the most? Well, okay, Drinkers experience with his Amazon books, and then Drunk 3PO with his Achromatic Chronicles blue and green. That's evidence of work of some kind. And then, yeah,
I'm very excited for the next entry into the world, the creative mind of someone who brought me Black Girl Magic.
Well, hey, so it'll be his first one that isn't about, kids or something, right? So who knows? Might be cool.
It just sounds wrong.
I'm not trying to make it sound that way, but it's like, but literally though, this will be.
It all boils back to my takeaway, like Nintendo's for pedophiles.
I'm not phrasing it that way, but it's like about kids.
It's like, no, I get people have grown up with it, and so they just maintain. But it's like, there's something weird about. Because I was talking about what I didn't say with that whole commentary about like kids. Media, something like Paw Patrol, for instance, or whatever, Bluey, is like they're simple, but an adult is writing them, an adult can appreciate the introductory level that they are. They're not necessarily like, oh, I can't wait for the next Paw Patrol, but they can appreciate it, they can view it and see the value of giving it to their kids. Mario, this Nintendo shit, like, what is it? It's just goy slop on screen. It's just button mashing. Oh, I got a turtle shell, a mushroom. I'm driving carts with Mario, a plumber, but he never really plumbs. Like, what is this? It's just video activity.
I was a plumber because he doesn't plumb,
right? But and I was thinking of like a great comparison. What I'm talking about is like Land Before Time. Now the rest of them become like franchise crap,
Okay.
But Land Before Time is a children's story that still traumatizes adults going back to it because like this might have been their first time seeing media deal with death in any impactful way,
Oh God, yeah. Oh my God, you never forget it.
Yeah, or Lion King. Classically, it's children's Hamlet most for intensively children's version of Hamlet, and
Disney kills off every parent possibly.
Yeah, well, Bambi's mom
anti-parent.
deserves to die. Bambi's mom deserves to die. I fucking hate Bambi.
Whatever.
It's communist propaganda. It's vegan bullshit. Who's the villain? The hunter. Communist.
Where I come from, they probably see it your way.
Yeah, because I'm right, obviously. But yeah, it's a weird conflict to make. Like Fox and the Hound is interesting. You could make like a racial allegory with that, of like, we're from two walks of life, we're buddies, but like, world doesn't see it that way. And like, I hunt stuff, you are the hunted. We don't cross those lines. Like that's an interesting real world. It's a kids movie, but you see like the whole thing I'm talking about is like my joke is Nintendo is for pedophiles because I'm like, what is this for an adult? You know, I get you have nostalgia, a lot you carry on with like the franchise you got into, but like, what is this? There's not really conflict. There's like tasks to do to get through the levels, but what is the conflict? What is the message? What's the value? It's really weird that 40-year-old men are like, oh my God, Mario Kart. It's like, this is like just kiddie task bullshit, and you're a grown man fucking just slobbering in anticipation for the next entry in a only child product. That's weird, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm being purposely disingenuous, but it's like I do think there is something to the meme of Nintendo's for pedophiles.
Let me ask you this: what do you think of this clip so far? With their
it is
the neurotic bump baby. That's the bump baby.
Neurotic looks so uninterested because it's not his book, but he's got to play ball to get his payout, hopefully for his. So he's making a book. It's not a comic book. It's not a graphic novel. It's a book about meth head to prison to YouTube.
Yep.
Huh. I mean, that is, you know, despite like a lot of the trash it contributes to, like I said earlier, like I value his content, like his actual created, crafted videos. He tells good narratives for his thoughts on things, and edits them in a way to steer you to his point of view. I value that, even if I disagree with whatever point he's making. He's got a craft to it, and it is a good story that he's got a rags to riches kind of being a criminal and turning his life around, being a sober example. That is good. I don't like to, you know, I was offended on behalf of him when like I think Brandon was like joking about the electric guy in Alpha Core being like, oh, they're going to catch Nerdrotic, making some like meth joke or whatever, it's prison joke. And I'm like, this is supposed to be your friends, and they're just like, you went to prison. Like, it's like, yeah, it was for meth. It's like that. I wouldn't joke about that. It just seems like, but you know, if you're my friend, I'm not gonna like make a jest of like, you went to prison.
But he allowed that though by talking about it.
No,
joking about it too. So he's opened that door for them to do it. He's fucked up for them to even take the offer.
Right. You know, like there was a video of him and Benny Johnson and Crippled Drinker meeting up at a bar, and they're like clinking glasses in front of this former addict who's sober for 10 years. And I'm like, dude, like, I don't care what tolerance, what willpower you have to not indulge again. The fact that I just blatantly will just, oh, cool. Oh, you don't mind if I drink for whatever. Like, you don't do that. So when you respect, like, hey, this guy's had a problem, I don't want to ever influence him falling off the wagon. I don't want to be the reason he's in a gutter again, you know? Right. And it's just like this is who these fuckers are. And you can say Nerdrotic invites that himself, but that's just disgusting to me.
Right.
I'm not one to be easily offended, but I see that and I'm like, the network they've created of like these fucking sycophant trash that will just eat each other and destroy each other.
Well, that's what's so crazy. Like when you take the mask off and you see the whole bullshit, and it's kind of scummy, it's grimy, because it's like y'all really aren't friends. You're only friends because it's beneficial to you. Built this network to where it's beneficial to all of you. And if one person steps out of lines or does something, I mean, they would take like say Neurotic fell off the bandwagon and got arrested, and like the Nick Rekieta situation.
Yeah.
Oh, they'd be all over that in a minute because it fits the algorithm.
Well, I think they would hold off, or it'd be like, well, I don't really know. It'd be like the Jeremy video where he's addressing Rekieta, but it's really just about himself getting super chats. And so I wouldn't do that to my people. They want to know stuff about this. And, you know, you make super chats. Now you're just like not telling people. And I make, you know, it's really just about him making super chats. And Nothing about like, hey, I hope you get better, or hey, you really fucked up. Like, you better fix this if we ever are friends again. Anything like that of merit and depth is just about himself on YouTube. It was just like, Jesus Christ, like these people are.
What if it wasn't neurotic? What if it was any of them? Any of them say like did something that was like big headline to where it's like, yeah, we're gonna have to part ways with you. We don't want to tarnish our brand and what we got going over here. I can see them. I mean, just seeing what happened with Nick. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it doesn't totally involve the cryptosphere, but it's like they were all buddy with him, like Jeremy and all, because he did that anime Matsuri thing. And then, you look at the tape, they're buddies. And then you find out what happens now. It's like, y'all never really gave a shit about each other.
Yeah. No, it's all phony. It's all symbiotic. It's all parasitic. When it's going good, they'll drop you at the flash of a hat, they'll, whatever the phrase is.
Drop of the hat.
Drop of the hat. Yeah. I was like, I know that isn't right. I don't want to be Eric.
Oh, look, this blonde corrected you.
Well, I'm not one to drop my hat, so it doesn't come to mind, but yeah, like it's all phonies, That's why they're always like, oh, this made money. Oh, like EVS really nails them when he talks about how their commentary on movies like, oh, well, it's good because it made money. It's like, but then there's like this weird cognitive dissonance with like Barbie, and they just ignore it when their narrative falls apart. Play dumb, but yeah, they just value things because it made money. They just want to network people because it made money. They're excited about Zach Levi with Rippaverse, and it's like, this doesn't look good. Shazam was some degree of success. I'm not sure what the box office was, but it was a surprise success with the state of DC at the time, with the Snyderverse still being in the mix. And it's such like a counter to the trend at the time, the films and the style and the tone. And so you got like this big kind of story with superhero, and it's fresh. But then the next movie fucking failed. It didn't even make 200 million at the box office globally. It's like 150 or less. But then they're like, woo! And it's like you get Dane Kane, who hasn't done shit since Superman, Lois Clark, whatever. And then you get Gina Carano, who seemed like might have been a big deal getting Daily Wire after Star Wars, but like that didn't resonate. I think it's a fine movie, Terror on the Prairie, but yeah.
Man, she got fat, didn't she?
She ain't doing nothing since. She doesn't have to. She's got I think her stepdad's a casino owner in Vegas, so she doesn't actually need to play victim at all. But it's a way to try to build her career.
She hasn't done anything controversial enough lately either. She's not talked about really.
So she's just like this hanger on for some reason with these people. But then you get Zach Levi, who's tanked his career as of late with Shazam failing, and the movie he did after that failed, and he like kind of cried about it on Twitter, looked more like a bitch. And so he's obviously kind of like this like
so that guy sees the grip that's going on over here in Eric, and he's trying to get his foot in it.
I don't know if he's trying to get his foot in it. I just think he acknowledges it's a thing that's in this.
It's a thing he can pivot to. He's not. He's not.
That's what I'm thinking.
He's got a movie coming out with Liam Neeson, but Liam Neeson is not a draw anymore. Like Taken's kind of his last big thing. Like he popped in Star Wars, and they fucking wasted that appearance on Obi-Wan. So he's not really doing anything big anymore. So that's not really a draw. It's like the name cred will give him some views, but he's done a lot of trash like Bruce Willis did and Nick Cage did to make money. So it doesn't have the value like it used to. And so it's definitely a pivot to like, yeah, I kind of ruined any chance to keep working with Disney because I'm like a COVID conspiracy theorist or whatever, He did this Kurt Warner biopic. Kurt Warner is a fairly famous, formerly Arena Football League star who went NFL and went to 3 Super Bowls, won one. So he's got his name in the record books in a few ways, but I'd never heard anyone fucking talk about that because I think it's made by like some Christian company because Kurt Warner's like one of these weird Protestant Christians does like these weird film shit, you know. So yeah, he doesn't really have a career for Hollywood anymore. It seems maybe things will change and go back to normal, but yeah, he's kind of ruined currently his career in Hollywood.
I think it's kind of weird that they care about having Hollywood people care as well. Like even like Flash. I mean, don't they remember Zack Snyder and stuff? Like I thought the sentiment by now.
How many times must we teach you this lesson, geeks and gamers?
Like I thought they don't really want Hollywood. They don't want pedo-wood and whatever. They don't want that. They want to be independent and creative their own stuff.
Yeah, they're all pedos, except Johnny Depp. Except Johnny Depp because he's fighting Amber Heard. You know, it's like, dude, the guy's been in Hollywood for like 30 plus years. He's just as how could he not be more pedo-wood than having that long career? And he had to have turned a blind eye given your worldview about Hollywood. Like he's got to be just as guilty.
Yeah. Well, I am about to drive up the mountain and lose service, so I'm going to go ahead and hop off here. But
before you go, Victor, the lore seeker says, "Evening, folks. Let's defend Katie did." He said Kathy did. The one true queen of the realm.
Thank you, Victor. I appreciate that. That's sweet. No, I appreciate everybody's support during this time, and it just it sucks because I can't promote. I can't, this go around on YouTube. Like we were going to use this money to go on our vacation, and that's kind of taking a dinker on it. Extra spending money. I mean, we've been fine either way, but it's just like bad time, and it's like, man, like trying to save up for us to go on our trip, and so it's.
Where are you trying to go?
But we go on a big family vacation every year with this family to the beach. Like, so my kids' cousins and stuff, they all come with us. It's a big thing that we do every year, and but I don't know, but regardless of that, that's besides the point. It's just the fact that I can't promote people. I would have loved to have been able to promote Salty to the end. I would have liked to be able to bring on some new people that have reached out to me, and I don't have that opportunity. So
you can do it on Rumble.
I could, but Rumble, my Rumble's building up. It's just, I say when I get my channel back, I'm kind of in the fence if I should appeal it, take the risk of losing my channel, or just say, nah, it's whatever.
No, I agree. Like I'm only on Rumble for like the band people, but I've thought about making a totally unrelated channel about my own thoughts on like politics and stuff, and kind of be like a normie, like learn with me as a normie, and we can get into politics and learn together. That kind of video, that kind of channel. And it's like, well, let's see how we grow politically, cover events and stuff like this. Geopolitics of the Iran, Israel, Saudi Arabia stuff is pretty interesting to me.
Yeah, so much definitely should check in, but I know when I get back, I'm definitely going to have to start censoring some words. I'm going to have to just put the really spicy clips on Rumble. I'm going to start archiving all my clips from here on out on Rumble in case something happens. Just a lot of lessons learned, and all I gotta say is Karma's a real bitch, man. When she shows up, you don't wanna fuck with her. You don't wanna fuck with her.
Yeah, Edwin sucks.
He does suck. But other than that, I appreciate you, Black Angus. Brooks, good to see you, hun. Good to see you.
Well, yeah, thank you for clipping, even though it's hindered for a week.
Yeah, but I put some new clips on the second clip channel. I guess you already see.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm watching. So. Yeah, because they're new.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yeah. So just keep an eye on my second clip channel, and if it's something like spicy that I'm too nervous to put on YouTube, I'll let everybody know that it's on Rumble. So.
When you get to bed, you get out of here.
See you later.
Thank you for clipping.
Bye.
Everyone go sub to Katie. Let me put this link in the chat so you know to sub to her other channel. Keep up with her content. There you go. Let me see. Sick last time out how let's say I just quit weed because I was actually addicted on sister's boyfriend. Keeps showing me weed related shit like a THC vape My cousin asked if I still smoke, said no, and he just stopped talking to me. Yeah, weed people are cringe, bro. Weed is a crutch. You don't need weed. I'm not against pharmaceuticals or natural remedies, but yeah, weed is like a everyday, just let me ingest and buy whatever you want to call it, partake. It's cringe. I've never seen anyone doing weed really make a dent in the world in any way. I work in a factory, so I just stay away because I don't want to. If I ever have an accident, I don't want to get piss hot and not cover me for an injury because you're high. It's in your blood. It's in your piss or whatever. You're still like low, Ricky.
What about now?
Yeah, you're good now.
That's so annoying.
I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you're always like
everybody was shocked when I was in high school. They were like, "Dude, you totally get high, don't you?" And I was like, "I never smoked weed." Like, no, but you look like a stoner. I'm like, I'm sorry, don't mean to look like a stoner and haven't actually smoked.
Yeah, I dealt with that. I didn't even know it though. Like no one ever said like, "Oh, you're a stoner, or you must get high," or none of that.
I had like the long hair, reddish eyes sometimes.
Yeah, I used to have a big fro, kind of like Slash's type of hair, and I just grew it long in high school. And I guess that along with the people I hung out with, they were like stoners. I think I was aware they were stoners, but I never really understood like how that would affect perception of me. And so on top of it, I kind of network with everybody. I'm a nerd and stuff, and I like rock, so I'm hanging out with these stoners. But then I hang out with like the sports guys, football player stuff, because I love football. Talk shop about like NFL, and so I didn't know that was a perception at all to be concerned of. And so I never did weed till after high school. But I look back and realize like, oh yeah, they probably thought I was a stoner the whole time. Yeah, I had fun getting blazed. I did a lot of K2 more than weed when K2 was like pure K2, the real shit, before they legalized all the bath salts or whatever you want to call it that we were smoking. That was some fun highs. A lot of people were, I guess a lot of kids were dying smoking that shit. It was really harsh. But man, it got you a really fucking fun high. But yeah, it's like I wasn't really doing anything of worth getting high with these idiots. Like I guess we like social bonding, but it's all really rooted in like, hey, do you got like the stuff? Let's go smoke the stuff like that. It just becomes transactional.
Let's hang out and not do anything by smoking.
Yeah, it's like I'm really valuing like the time, but like looking back, it's like yes, all this hangout was basically transactional. Who's got we all like take turns pitching in for the stuff is kind of the root of the hangout, so looking back I see how like, oh, that was a total waste of time. But I drink sometimes, but very far and few between. I've never been a drug user. I got drunk a few times in college, but I got drunk for the Super Bowl because my Eagles won. It wasn't even intentional. It's just like I keep slamming these celebratory shots, and it's like, wow, I'm pretty fucked up, But no, I've never been a drinker or a smoker or drug user really. But yeah, we got Cicada Sonic says that's what happened with Ed Pisker and his long-term YouTube partner. Talking about people flipping on you when it gets inconvenient. Yeah. Although Ed Pisker sucked, so don't really care. This weird like let's carry the banner for Ed Pisker, this anti-CG queer. No thanks. What a pussy. He's left his fucking old dad to have to deal with the media because he killed himself. Like, what a bitch. Fuck Ed Pisker. Ironheart show will be meh. Oh, I didn't even listen. I just watched no audio. And I'm like, this looks awful. It's a 3-minute trailer, and it's like at least 30 seconds in this elevator to show like, oh, she's like MacGyver's. Obviously, she can make an Iron Man suit. Like, I get what they're doing. I don't know how it ties in with what we've seen of her in Black Panther 2. Never watched that shit. I got my fill with the first Black Panther. It's BLM.
It's like what set like Tony Stark apart from others was his education from a young age in general, and then his dad had engineering skills that he would teach as well. So he'd get
he has a generational tie to this craft.
he would he like pretty much had the creativity gene as well, if anything. But then also,
wait, now you're making me think. Do we ever get Riri Williams' dad in the comics?
I don't know. Well, that's a good double joke there. I got you there.
Well, it's a joke, but it's like I've never heard yay or nay on that. I've never thought about it because I just always
Mr.
knew it was
Williams.
a woke idea because Bendis
Ray Williams or anything.
Riri Williams, yeah. No, Riri Williams is a woke. I mean, it's also probably they probably okayed it because it was an IP protection, a pivot potential if need be for like legal shit with the original creators. But no, Bendis is a Jew and he's married to a black woman, so he's got mixed kids. And so partially like Bendis has written some good shit. I'm not just crapping on him for the Jew stuff, but that is a factor of reality. And so it's like I sympathize. And so I don't just instantly write off Riri Williams as a concept because, like, well, he does have black daughter, and he's like, well, what does my daughter have to look into in comics? Really, I think the representation. I don't completely dismiss representation as an argument, but the way it's been used to browbeat people to accept trash, that's really been the problem, and it hurts actual attempts to make a genuine creative, like, oh, like I want to make a black person for whatever thing and task and power, so that's where it becomes a problem. But no, I definitely empathize with like, like what black females does my daughter have besides like Storm is always the go-to, but what else? That's the only one that ever comes to mind for black women in comics. Like Storm.
Yeah, I don't mind the concept of having there be a
Vixen, I guess, with DC. That's about all I can think of.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind there being like Riri Williams as like a character if she were in any way connected to Stark, but I guess if she's separate and not connected to him, really, I feel like she shouldn't be able to have something that looks like an Iron Man thing. She shouldn't be an Iron Man successor of any kind because his whole thing like was based off of his creation of the arc reactor, like essentially, and then like all the other engineering stuff that he has. If she is a MacGyver of sorts that can like make some type of a suit, it should be kind of her own type of suit that isn't Iron Man-esque, if you know what I mean. Like, because you can have people make body armor, you can have them make like robotic suits, sure, but if it's arc reactor based Iron Man, that's
funny because I'm scrolling through it.
Really stupid.
I found this Comic Vine list. I typed in black comic females. And it's like Storm and Vixen are the top two, so I already nailed it. And then the next one is Misty Knight, and I'm like, who the fuck's that? Bumblebee, Misty Knight.
Misty Knight, yeah, haven't heard of that one. Bumblebee is the Teen Titans DC.
Yeah, I don't care about Teen. Why would I read? See, that's okay. That's the thing. Is like, yeah, Teen Titans is for kids, but I'm an adult. Why would I read fucking D Squad?
Well, and her character is sassy black chick, basically.
Yeah,
it's like the Teen Titans I've
seen. I'm talking about. It's like this whole we need young readers. Here's the thing: kids want to read Spider-Man. Spider-Man is a Spider-Man, Batman. These are like icons. You can argue, like obviously Superman is this floundering concept that like doesn't resonate. It's just hanging on because of its history mostly, the iconography. But no one really likes Superman, today. That's why they like bad Superman stories because it's way more interesting. It's really hard to make Superman. They've already wrote them all, and so unlike Batman, that's just you can always create with Batman. You can always create with Spider-Man. They're like they have limitations. Superman is like, how do you write this? How do you make a new foe that makes sense? That's interesting. And it's a crappy concept at the start of superheroes. It's fine, but we've gone way past that. But you're like Teen Titans, like let's like make a kid character. Let's make Wonder Boy, Superboy, Supergirl. Yeah, you make all these kid characters, these Scooby Doo characters.
I think Cyborg.
Cyborg's kind of he's an adult, like he can go either way. Being in the Teen Titans,
I know more from being on Teen Titans than just.
But yeah, it's like, why would I read this shit? And I say this as a kid. When I was a kid, the comic I loved the most, I didn't read comics as a kid, but the comic character I loved the most was Spawn. He's a fucking demon-powered suit guy. It's dead. He's gone to hell. You know, he's working on behalf of Melbolgia, fighting against him ultimately, but you know, that's like his origin. It's his purpose. It's a intrinsically adult character. Batman is an intrinsically adult character. He's got this trauma of his parents dying, and so he's had his childhood snuffed in an instant. That's an adult story. However kiddie you make it, have him play with fucking Scooby-Doo or whatever, it's an adult concept. Daredevil is an adult concept. He's an adult character. This whole idea we gotta make kid characters to sell to kids is fucking gay. That's Disney Channel bullshit. Warner Brothers kids, we want to watch Batman. We want to watch, because kids, whatever age they are, they're always reaching for the next age level. The baby wants to start crawling and walking like its year-old brother, and then the year-old wants to be 2, or the 2-year-old wants to be 3. Whatever they see above them, that's what they want. All right, so that's how you got to think. Even if you're trying to sell to kids, make shit you want to do as an adult.
Evidence too, in Power Rangers Turbo, they introduced the stupid kid Power Ranger that all the kids hated. Justin, he's like, "Hey guys, I'm the Blue Ranger." All the kids are like,
"Yeah, it's an instant tone shift." You're like, "Oh, that's like the gay baby character. Get out of here."
Yeah, and it's like, no, it made sense too as a kid to see adults fighting things, but then you have this little kid fighting those things too. It's like, there's something about this doesn't make any sense. Like,
you know, the kid that does resonate is Hit Girl from Kick-Ass, because it's like, hey, what if we took this kid concept but actually like addressed the reality of like, this is a kid fighting crime with a crazy adult in a suit. This is arguably child abuse. They've done this with Batman and Robin. They've play with that idea with Jim Lee and Frank Miller, I think. That's way more interesting. That's an adult idea. It's an adult awareness. You know, kids want to be older than they are.
Is pretty much taken from her as a, you know, at that point too, because
it's like
done. So it's like, oh,
you want to make characters that, you know, maybe they'll grow up in life stature, get married and have kids, whatever, become full-fledged adults, but you want to make adults that are free and open. Spider-Man is not tied down to Mary Jane. Spider-Man could get tied down to Mary Jane. That's his squeeze, but fuck, I'm fighting crime. Met Black Cat up on the skyscraper.
If he's
Show me her boobies.
If he's too busy getting the ginger pussy, then he's not going to be able to save.
It's like, that's the appeal, is the love triangles with Spider-Man. It's not, oh, he's just stuck with fucking ball and chain Mary Jane. Oh boy. One woman man, yay. You know, like, no, the intrigue is I have options, you know, and that is rooted in like before superheroes took off, after like in between World War II and Spider-Man, Fantastic Four. There was this whole comics were like romance comics. That's what was playing, and so they kept that into superheroes with like love triangles and stuff.
I think another thing that would be interesting, I don't know if they've ever done this or thought of this, they might have, for all I know. So I'm saying, like, if they had a Superman, Spider-Man, not just crossover, but like a full-on series where it's like Spider-Man is doing his thing in his world, and like, but Superman's done it for a while, so he knows of Superman, but it's like he's approaching it his own way, but there's the Superman element around, and you know, how would Spider-Man what would he think of Superman? Would he see him as, oh, this good guy, or would he in any way, shape, or form think like Batman-esque of like, he could be a threat, or you know, he saved the city, but look at all this destruction he left behind in my town. Like, you know, every time like he flies over, just him flying into battle, he's like blown over Miss Newman's trash cans. I don't know. I'm just thinking of things you could maybe do.
Yeah, I have very limited knowledge of Spider-Man comics, but there's like this 4-issue, like its own world kind of story. It's an homage to Dark Knight Returns. It's basically the same story, but for Spider-Man and his rogues gallery. It's pretty cool because it definitely ones up Dark Knight Returns for like foes.
Yeah,
but it's called Spider-Man Reign.
I heard of that one. Yeah.
Yeah, so Mary Jane's dead. He's an old Spider-Man, and Mary Jane's died, and he finds out, oh, I was bitten by a radioactive spider. I gave Mary Jane cancer. Me loving her. Like he says, like, you know, I was killing her. Me loving her was killing her. You know, his jizz. He's infecting her, you know, how would you say that?
Radioactivity.
No. I was trying to like make it a verb. Yeah, he's infecting her with radioactive poison by mating, you know, and that's his realization. So he's like, Spider-Man no more, and then shit's hitting the fan in the city. So then he goes to the grave to get his old suit. He's tried to bury her. It's funny too, because like I did a review years ago about it, because I was just like, fuck, this is a really cool story. Because there's this Jewish custom of mourning. You mourning a dead loved one, you don't shave for like a week, and then you hit like your time span, even if you're like actually still mourning, but like you do these ritualistic points. And so at some points, I think a week, you shave, and it's like just an outward physical sign of the next phase, moving on. And Spider-Man kind of does that. It's not that he's Jewish at all, but it's reminiscent. I learned this from Contract with God, which is a quintessential story by Will Eisner. And that's like a factor in that story. It's like a sign, you know, shaving. It's really good story. It's really cool, especially for Dark Knight Returns. You definitely see the homage there, the spirit of a Batman story. But
the reason I thought you were going to like an old Spider-Man's going to fight an old Superman or something.
No, an old Spider-Man has to fight. I think he has to fight Venom. Like he has the black suit. He's like back in black. You know, it's fucking cool. But he's old. But he's still Spider-Man.
It's funny that it's Venom though that you mentioned, because in one of the comics you sent me, DC Marvel's Access, like Superman and Spider-Man do team up in that to fight Venom.
I didn't read the full story. I think I just had that one issue I sent you.
Yeah, it wasn't actually much of anything, but that's what I'm saying. Like if there was a series dedicated, like
God, Backy. Sorry, I'm seeing these Backy comments, and it's like, what did he say? He's like, no, okay, Victor said that. Where'd Backy? He's like, I think Superman movie will be fine. L. And then how about bringing back cocaine and make it less crazy? I feel like he said something else. He's like, I'm hoping Peacemaker season 2 will be awesome. I don't know how you can make it through season 1. I made it like 2 episodes. I'm like, this is trash. Fuck this show. Don't get it. Don't get the appeal. Peacemaker is only interesting in the Suicide Squad as like a counter to Bloodsport.
And Flag in a way until he kills him.
Flag sucks though. I fucking hate that actor. He's in House of Cards, and that's such a good show. But like going back rewatching the show fluidly and seeing like, oh fuck, that's Flag from Suicide Squad. He is the Republican. He sucks. No wonder he lost the fucking election. He sucks. Fuck that guy. But yeah, drugs waste of time and money. I agree. Generally speaking, you know, have a party, if you're having a role like social get together with like actual meaningful connections. Yeah, it's a nice social lubricant. But yeah, generally speaking, just avoid drug use and alcoholism. It's not cool. That's the one good thing. It's unfortunate because I've not researched, but I'm pretty sure the reason they've like been reporting like, yeah, like the young kids today aren't drinking. And it's like, they're not drinking because they just want to be healthy. They're not drinking because they're trying to be social media influencers. Don't want to get shit faced and say the N-word or something and ruin their potential. But also, like, most people are isolated. No one goes to the mall. No one sneaks out to like the fucking party at the end of the year. They're on their games. They're on their phone. They're in the digital world. They're alone. So they're not like influencers. Like, hey man, let's get fucked up.
Public, you're not interacting.
Oh man, I scored my dad's fucking bottle of vodka, bro. Let's get wasted. You know, like that's not part of the culture anymore. And maybe it could come back, you know, the teen rebellious and sort of, but yeah, it's not there. So it's unfortunate because it's not a conscious, let's be better than our parents. This hasn't come. Helicopter parenting, being afraid of everything, social media, isolation. This is why no one's getting fucked up as kids, living life, because Life is on your phone. Life is on your computer. Life is on your Xbox. Life's on Instagram. I had a great time at Medieval Times, man. If we could hang out and go to Medieval Times, Ricky, that is so fucking fun. I love Medieval Times. Watch people joust and fake sword fight and eat a 2-quarter chicken, rotisserie chicken, and have a mug of root beer. You ever been to Medieval Times? Or anything like it?
Like things either, or
okay, now I'm hearing you.
Anything. Okay, yeah. No, I haven't been to any like comic thing or medieval thing, any event really.
Yeah, it's like a big fake castle, and you got an arena, and they joust and fight, and then there's like, you know, ultimately this is all, there's some narrative, like there's a big bad guy in the kingdom, and so the winner is like the guy that fights the bad guy and he wins, and you know, you're all sectioned off. Oh, hey, I'm sitting in the Green Knight, so that's my guy, you know, like. And they got like a, you know, they'll have like a falconer do some tricks with the falcon. It's a fun time. It's funny too. We're gonna have to watch Cable Guy, Jim Carrey and Matthew Broderick, because they go to a like Medieval Times, so it's like a perfect way to see what the gist is of that experience. But it's so ridiculous in the movie.
I've seen clips and stuff.
Cable Guy is great. That's how I found, if any of you like classic rock fans, how I found like School of Rock with Jack Black. That's how I got a lot of my catalog of classic rock. When they got like the montage of teaching the kids, they're different, training them in like the classics of the different rock bands and stars for their craft of drummer, guitarist, whatever, set design, all that, the groupies. There's like a montage, there's the chalkboard, and it's got all the subgenres of rock and these like key bands. I studied that. I hunted for the CDs of these bands. So that's how I found Motorhead, which I have tattooed on my arm. There you go. You got the Motorhead War Pig. Not the biggest Motorhead fan besides Ace of Spades record. That whole record's awesome, but their catalog, like, I could take it or leave it, but the spirit, the imagery of Motorhead's fucking awesome. I needed another tattoo. I'm like, fuck, dude, I will always love this War Pig design. But yeah, that's how I got a lot of my bands. But I never heard of Jefferson Airplane or Jefferson Starship. I'm sure I heard them on the radio off and on, but never knew where they were. And I found them not because it's cool rock or investigating rock history, but because Jim Carrey does this funny as fuck karaoke scene singing Don't You Want Somebody to Love. And it killed, when I was a kid, that fucking scene killed me. It's great. I can't wait to watch that one with you. Cable Guy's close. It's unfortunate. I don't know why that. I think it was a flop. I'm not sure why. Let me see. Actually,
I think I've seen some of it. At least like where one of them are farting or pooping or something. And
I don't remember farting or pooping.
But
it could have been. Don't know.
When it's Jim Carrey, sometimes that happens here and there. So unless I'm thinking
it says so the budget was 47 million, made 102 million. So it's technically a success, but it was a huge dip in the Carrey career, and so it's only got a cult following. But yeah, when you see that, it's a Ben Stiller movie, which is funny. And he's got a small cameo role as like a set of like former child star Hollywood twins, and there's like a murder case in the background relating to them. And you get like this phone call of like him calling 911 on the supposed killer of his twin brother. And he's like, yeah, my brother's just been killed. He's like, I think one of the men was Asian. He's like, I didn't get a good look, but I'm pretty sure I heard Asian. It's so stupid the way his voice is. But it's a lot of good, funny shit, but it's also like, it's some interesting social commentary to be a 90s movie where it's like, yeah, this Cable Guy is fucking weird because he was raised on TV. The ills of absent parenting. It's a weird one looking now in the future now, where it's like we're 30 years removed from that movie. It's only worse.
I thought the Cable Guy was about a guy who like fixes your TV or something.
No, he is a cable guy, but he is also Cable Guy's like a dual meaning because he's basically raised on cable. Yeah, so that's like he's fucking weird because his whole upbringing has been through TV.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's very interesting because of comedy. It's not really meant to be taken serious. It's like Bubble Boy. It's like preposterous, but you look where we're at now. It's like this is more a reality potential. Let me see. Yeah, let's see. Galaxy says, I don't like live action superhero stuff, period. Keep it in animation comics. Oh, fuck no, dude. I love seeing stuff come to life, live action, seeing the effort, especially when you do a lot of stunt work and props and practical effects and just polish it with CGI as much as possible. That is like when it's the best, when you're like keeping it in camera as much as possible and still conveying a convincing narrative and visual spectacle with outlandish powers, you know. That's awesome because it's easy just to draw this shit. It's all make believe. It's easy to draw it on paper. It's another thing to convince us, you know, like a Terminator 2 effects or something.
Well, it's like, you know,
to the fucking bars.
I mean, if the Dark Knight didn't exist, you know, or Iron Man, you know, as they were, like those ones are impactful.
Man, Galaxy Stranger is such a downer. No, I disagree. Like the three icons comics, these three, Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, like, well, I discount Superman, but Spider-Man and Batman are like eternal. You can do so many different iterations. So you can keep them solo, you can put them in a team, you can have them work with heroes, you can have them against heroes. You know, like they have a good limitation.
Again, just think of how different each Spider-Man is, directed by different Spider-Man. Same with Batman. There's a whole bunch of different examples of the same characters being done differently by people. I mean, whether or not you consider them all successes, I mean, yeah, there can be different ones.
No, I gotta disagree with this drab perception of move on. They're changing these characters into unrecognizable postmodern copyright dodgers. Man, Jordan Peterson, I really hate his effect on discourse. He said postmodernism, and it's just people just run with it now. Because they'll try to say postmodern like communists, and it's like communism is against postmodernism. You know, maybe these like socialist minded wannabe communists are working with postmodern ideas, but like they just inherently don't work together. I'm not saying you do, but like he is kind of the cornerstone of postmodern being a talking point in discourse. It's kind of the origin in the mainstream. But no, there's so many stories to play with, to tell, you know, like I really want them to make Justice League versus Godzilla versus Kong a live action movie. And yeah, it's all going to be CGI mostly, but you know, so what actor are they going to cast, and you know, what are they going to do in between the action CGI scenes like that? Would they put the effort to make that come to life, you know, and how would it be compared to the comic? What would we get more than the comic, you know, because the comics or animation, like, yeah, you can draw whatever, but what, you know, there's limitations of page count, what do they want to do, what spectacle. It's just, I love the challenge and the hope it'll be good, but no, I just think I don't think they're like copyright dodging. It's definitely an element with these studios and investors, but to prolong the ownership and sustain the like film rights and all that, so they got to make it every like 10 years. Got to make a movie just to keep the rights. Like I get that aspect, but you know, it's like the Batman of 1941 or whatever his first year was. I feel like, despite like the core elements of the story, like what that meant to people back then versus what Batman means today, and the stories people tell with that cognition today, it's very different. So you got different meanings across generations. And that's a good thing. You know, there is like a god mythology element to these characters, but more purposely is like who's writing them is the fun of it. Oh man, you got the Thor guy, he's going to try Batman. What's that guy going to do? Because this is a limited character. He's got a lot more iconic teammates maybe, but he is just a man. Thor is a guy. Like, can that writer pull it off convincingly? Like, that's the fun of comics, is there's not one interpretation. And so, they're going to get stuff wrong. Like Stan Lee talks about this as a writer, that, you're going to make a lot of dumb shit, but you got to like keep trying and find new things. You always got to try to be fresh. So that's like the spirit I live by with creativity. It's like when I make Meth Gator able to purchase, at some point I'll let it go, or I'll still run the shit, but in okay things. But I want it to be something I establish, but then I let other people write it, and see what they do with the world, see what they do with the character. What things will they add? Like Jim Starlin with Thanos. He's like, I never thought to take his helmet off. Like, just that aesthetic was so cool. I never thought of that. And that really changes like looking at Thanos. Like, oh, okay. Like, it's just the cool little wrinkle of interpreting them, on top of like, instead of having like death be this goal of like wooing death, how about we just focus on the eco-terrorism of the Thanos quest with Silver Surfer? And that's just the sole purpose. He's like a pure spirit in his endeavor. That's a different interpretation. So, the shortcomings of the Snyderverse, I still like things he played with more as Superman than Batman, but I like his version of Batman in that first film. I like the things he was playing with, where it's like, obviously it's aware of the previous iterations. He's trying to like make his own. There's things I don't like about him, but it was interesting. He's taking a chance. The studio take a chance with them, and I like that. So I don't know. I just, not to write you off, I just like, man, I feel like he's got such a drab view of the potential, of just like, let's just put it into these, move on. It's like,
to me, there's different experiences you can have from a comic being adapted to a film or TV show. Like Daredevil, I think, is a good example of utilizing film and how you do it, because you'll never get the same experience of that story from reading the comic as you do watching the show. Like, you're utilizing camera works, utilizing lighting, utilizing the actors, utilizing movement in general. Like, there's different stuff going on. I don't know. I feel like it's not the same thing, even if it is the same story. Yeah, you could say it's the same shit, but it's definitely a different experience for them. So
yeah. Also, it's like, you just think about like the Bible or the Quran or Gita. Is that what the Hindus read? I'm trying to think. I don't know what Buddhists read. I don't know what their book's called, but
Katie's like, finish the clip.
Nah.
it's we've been off it for like an hour.
Why you still fucking go to sleep? No, we're just riffing with the chat, man. Galaxy Strangers invoking conversation. So we're gonna lean into it. That's what we do here, Katie. We're not curated, we're not manufactured like you. No, that wasn't a like, oh, specifics. I wasn't playing that. That was me assuming a Peterson influence, or like, oh, this is the influence of Peterson on discourse, know it or not, no, I'm not a stickler on specifics necessarily. Unless you have to be getting like something very particular wrong for me to like, no, it's this peculiar stat or whatever verbiage. Like, no, I'm not a stickler, but
like, I'm going to start a revelation when I mean revolution or something. You'd probably be like, you're saying it wrong. That's not the right word.
I'm going to say this. There's this idea in philosophy that, there's a view of pompousness with philosophy, and rightfully so with a lot of these thinkers. They're like expounding ideas in such a complicated way. But like, the takeaway is philosophy should not be something above the average person's head. Philosophy, whatever point you're trying to make, should like be discernible to like the dumbest people. Like, and you have not perfected the argument until you can delineate these ideas to the dumbest people. And so, not saying comics, representation, stories, whatever, repetition needs to be dumb, but if this is a fact of philosophy of like real consequential thought patterns that influence government and society, art also has that. We have these IPs, like that fact or not, we have IPs that we want to rehash. They hit the funny bone the right way. We the nostalgia factor. We love that story. They didn't quite present. Troy's a great example. Troy's the Odyssey or the Iliad. It's 3,000 years old, and they didn't get that story right. I've barely read the Iliad, but I know from the first chapter they did not get that story right. They have this whole libtard Jew dismissiveness of gods, and the heroes are all like mocking of God. All the like devout people are kind of idiots. That's the tone. And the book is like, no, the gods are fucking real. They're agents in the story. They influence the story. So I'm waiting to see what they do with the Odyssey with Chris Nolan, because like, hey, it's gonna be a new take. Probably gonna be stuff I don't like. Don't like them casting black people as fucking Greek gods. It's obviously some DEI shit. Don't like that. It's disrespectful. Because Greek gods are a specific blend of white people, and of course, in Hollywood, the representation doesn't matter. But if it was African gods, they would definitely be black, unless they were like the North African Arabic or whatever. Berbers.
Chris Pine and Chris Hemsworth as the African gods. That'd be fine. Yeah,
but yeah, like there's always a way to interpret. There's things people are going to miss. You got the 10 Commandments. And then you got the Prince of Egypt. And then you got all these other variations of the Moses story that have happened over the last 50, 60 years, 70 years. And they all kind of might focus on something like, well, they missed this point of the story. Or they didn't really stress the importance of this element of the story. So, and ultimately it's like new generations, especially with the media that we have today, hey, this movie failed, didn't get the attention, didn't have the right pitch. So you get someone else to make that story again, and they made the right pitch, and it resonated with more people.
A lot of the modern attempts have made people appreciate the prior work as well. Like thanks to their being crapper versions, makes us go, wow, I liked the first ones that came out. The older stuff was good.
It's like for me, Wizard of Oz, you can never top the original 39 film. I think they hit the nail on the head. They actually made the story better than the book. And, the king of pop, Michael Jackson, with all the access to entertainment, he had the fucking Werewolf from London people, Werewolf from Paris effects people to help him make fucking the Thriller video and stuff. So
Jaws was based on a book, I think.
Like these, he had all the access, he had all the potential, he had the tip top stardom, and everyone wanting to work with him. He made The Wiz, and it's kind of a joke. No one cares about it if they do know about it. They still lean to Judy Garland's Oz, but someone could top it. I don't think they will, but attempting it might get you to look into a person's filmography. Denis Villeneuve doing Dune gets people to watch 1984 Dune by Dave Lynch. I try to watch that guy's films. I think he sucks, but I do like what I see in this Dune movie. It's interesting, his interpretation. So, it's like a lot of these stories you got to reinvent for new generations, and that's valuable. And then you can compare and contrast the era's representation, what they got right, what they got wrong.
Yeah,
and just opening it to people.
The sequel trilogy alone made people really inspect what was better about the ones that came before that.
Yeah. That's still a positive, I think, overall, even with the failings. Getting people to look back at and appreciate the prequels for what they are. And that's not me negging. I love the prequels. I'm only a Star Wars fan because of the prequels. Original trilogy's fine, but I would not be a Star Wars fan if that was all the Star Wars I got. It's the prequels for me. The prequels made the world expansive. Original trilogy's like, especially as a kid in the 90s, Star Wars is fucking ugly. It's brown and gray and black. It's fucking ugly film series. So, prequels just add color, they add depth, they add new aliens, all these extra characters. Like, what's that? It makes you investigate the world. So, yeah, I don't know. I think you should see the value, even if it fell short for what you're expecting. Like there is value to some of these things.
Like this new Superman one's gonna make people see,
Man of Steel and the Donner Superman and Superman Returns. They're gonna be like, wow, those were so much better. Wow, they really got the character. This guy sucks. Thank you, Gunn, for showing me how great the old shit was. I didn't appreciate. That's what's going to happen. Love it or hate it, Man of Steel is going to get a resurgence of popularity because people are going to go back because of the name and the IP, and they're going to watch the older Superman movies, and they're going to be fans more likely of that, whichever era, versus James Gunn. And I think James Gunn could do some good stuff. I love his Suicide Squad movie. Guardians 3 is not the best of the three, but it's the most daring. And I appreciate that. And it's definitely got it's muddled with studio, hey, include this character kind of shit, but there is like a through line of Rocket's backstory and of the relationship of Groot and Rocket and Star-Lord that is really hits home. Then you also get the extra story follow through after Endgame of new Gamora with Star-Lord, and it's bittersweet. And a lot of people can relate to that, I think. So anyway, thank you for being here, Galaxy Strange. I don't want you to think like, fuck you, but we disagree. I'm going to address it because I think you had a profound statement. It was worth addressing, worth countering.
Like the comments anyway to trigger.
Yeah, it's engaging. It's at least engaging, triggering for me to counter. To be like, wait, you're wrong, bro. And maybe you're, I don't know if you're still here, but maybe you're chafed at that, or like, fuck Angus but it's like, that's what you're going to get here. I'm not going to kowtow. Hopefully you appreciate that, because I'm not going to just whatever, piss in my hands as long as you super chat me like these queer baits at FNT. Never going to be that. I don't fucking care. I'd like don't fucking care though. I enjoy entertainment. I see the value of entertainment.
He doesn't like the stagnation that it seems when they. I think he means like the overall focus that people put on this older stuff without trying to create new stuff. Might be his point.
Yeah, but I'm gonna call it night. I'm gonna hang out with Ricky if he's still down to watch a movie, make up for my birthday because I fell asleep yesterday, so I was tired. Thank you all for being here, and I work overnight next week, so if I stream, it'll be at night. Maybe it'll be Wednesday. I'm trying to think if I work Wednesday.
Maybe we'll finish the clip then.
It's only coming. It's them rambling about their dog shit thing. We know what to expect. Like the main thing was we saw the trailer and saw the initial chat of them. The rest, whatever. But thank you all for the conversation and hanging out with us. Thank you, Katie, for the work you do and come by. And if I stream, it'll probably be Wednesday next week. Maybe I'll give you some insight into the new Battle Beast comic from the Invincible universe. I saved a copy of the comics. I haven't bought it yet, but got it saved. I actually got two covers because I want the standard. I'm going to read this, and the other one I'm going to I want this cover. I love this artist. So I'm not usually a collector. I just buy shit to read it, but this one's like, I want this cover. So possibly give you that insight. And until then, see you hopefully next week. Maybe this weekend too, because I'm off. We'll see. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Go sub to Rookie Critic. Like and share. Help the algorithm. Comment what you liked, what you didn't. Say fuck you, whatever. And see you later.